What is going on, you beautiful people? Today, we've kind of got a bunch of stuff to go over. Sorry about that. I still had my phone volume on. Started playing through. We got big patch changes for Path of Exile 2. We're getting the Druid, Last of the Druids. Fate of the Vow is our new league. I don't know why they do that to us. They give us one name and then another. The whole time I thought this was being Last of the Druids. And the actual league name is Fate of the Vow. So that one's fun. Man. There's so much going on here. It's really hard to figure out where to start. I guess we can start with Druid. We can watch this.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director on Path of
Turn
Exile.
it down a little bit. That is
Welcome
loud.
to GG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
Cool. Well, that's one way to start the trailer.
What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
Oh wow, this is pretty cool.
What's wrong with him?
He's lost his bloody mind.
Alright, brother. Yeah, we can get you added here a little bit later. I'll throw out my Discord. This is where we all hang out. We do the thing. Second thought. Let's do this. Boop. Oh. Sorry about that. Alright, that's really cool. I'm definitely pretty excited about Druid. I was just told that a lot of the abilities, though, are combos like
That means
the
he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the
Like
druid
our
typically
Amazon.
uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out.
So we're going to have to
How do you
constantly
turn into
come
an
in and
animal,
out
you
of
ask?
form.
Well, the answer is a new weapon type that druids use, animal talismans. When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and
How is
cast
it?
We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way.
1 second on that. I just messed up. I gotta get this fixed real quick. Hey Justin, I'm sorry dude, I missed your hello. How you doing, buddy? As we change things and whatnot on my stream. I can't wait until I have my own like stream set up and that it's I'm not using my TV and everything. I gotta keep messing with stuff. It's never the same way twice. Man, I'm doing pretty good. Just getting a little frustrated with my setup here. I just noticed that I changed my description twice and it messed up. It went back to magic, and we're talking about path. Control C. Update. All right, let's see if that updated. It's always something. You're trying and crying here. Okay, cool. Changes finally went through. Now let me get back to listening to what he's saying.
The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's furious slam. While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with maul. Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your furious slam.
Man, I don't
Bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping
know
the
how I
ground to
feel
demolish
about
your
this.
foes.
Like, Druid seems cool. I mean, I've only seen like the first couple minutes of it or whatever. But let's talk about, is Bear giving us any bonuses as far as like DR or armor or whatnot? Like we're going to use rage as a bear.
Armor. It's armor based.
So, okay, it's armor based. So, but when we come out of bear form, are we still getting our armor?
No, probably not.
So, like, why are you going to want to be in the thick of it and then have to change out of your human form to do your rotation, if we're going to call it that, and lose all that DR? It just seems rough.
The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better.
And everything's getting stronger now. Like, white monsters are stronger than they were prior.
As you consume
Yes.
rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with
But there'll
skills
be
like
less of them.
ferocious roar.
They say there
Turning
would be
into a
less of
souls
them.
like slowly
Powers
and
your
surely.
subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But ferocious roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear. Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode.
Yo, Panda Exile, welcome,
Or
welcome.
use Seismic Cry to stun your
Thank you
enemies
for the
and double
follow.
number of
I
slaps.
appreciate it.
You can
All right,
even
now that
use
move
it
was
with
kinda
Ancestral
dope.
Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Cow. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer. Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other
Put
abilities.
death articulated gloves on this bear in constant rage. Now that would be
Bear is
dope.
known for being a slower and more lumbering animal.
And I mean,
With slower attacks
this
and
move
heavy
here that we just had, where he's just doing his
You can
slams
use
as he's
it
running
with
through.
Call, a skill that
Like,
turns
I
you
could
into
see
the
that being
fire
fun
god
on
Cow.
maps.
Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no
It's like it's something we're gonna have to build up a bunch of rage and then do it. So it's gonna be like playing.
This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some
Shit, I
time,
done forgot the
while
class
generating
now.
even more rage to
Amazon.
power your other abilities. A true bear
Where
form
you gotta
works.
combo everything in order to
Bear is
get a
known for
cool
being a slower
payoff.
and more lumbering animal, with slower
Man, I'm
attacks and
hoping-
heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little...
I'm really hoping that with the changes that they're made, that we're not gonna get swarmed by 1,000 enemies, and then they want us to do, 20 things. It's gonna take us 30 seconds just to kill what's on our screen.
little more nimble. Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form. For the wolf form,
All right, that
wolves are
wolf form
fast
looks
and
pretty dope.
furious. Even just the wolf's basic
So
attack
you were
can leap
talking
forward and
about
rake its
there
foes.
with the shaman
After attacking, the wolf
ascendancy, they
stands
have
up
a
on two
node
legs.
that
After running
allows
for a
them
short
to
time,
not
moves back and
inherently
forward,
lose rage,
allowing to move more
and they
quickly
generate
than active
6% of their maximum rage per second,
The wolf has a lot of cold
and
attacks
increases
based
in
on
reductions to
association
mana
with the moon.
regeneration
And
also
the
apply
first
to
of
rage
these is Lunar
regeneration.
Assault. It's great for
Okay,
freezing
so
your
that'll
enemies
be
in
a
place.
little bit better.
After they're frozen,
Yeah.
use your
I need to look
basic
over
attack to knock
the
sharp
patch
ice
notes.
off your
I'll get
enemies.
more into how I
On the
feel
ground, they
about it
die
in a
and
minute.
explode. If you want to get into battle
I'm not trying to be like super pessimistic on it. I love this game. I really do.
and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolfman into your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy
That's
is
kinda
marked,
cool.
your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have. So make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode.
1,000 hours? Dude, that's a lot.
This allows you to pounce to mark.
I think I've got 1,000 hours in since last season, but I've been playing since release. This last League of Abyss has definitely been, I think, the best league that they've had so far. I really enjoyed all the crafting. Even though they're getting rid of Omen of Homogenization, which I think really added a lot to crafting, making things, I guess, easier to craft yourself. Where you're, I mean, yeah, some of the currency was kind of expensive, but I definitely felt better this league in crafting and basically doing my own thing than really having to go out and search the market and have to do a lot of trading with other people. I don't know. I just really enjoyed having some sort of, what do they call it? I felt like I wasn't gambling when I was crafting. And now I feel like we're back to gambling. Yeah, I'd be excited to play my own class. Oracle Druid does look cool with being able to get, what, an extra 130 passive points? I'd be pretty excited about that, because you could probably do some pretty cool builds with it.
First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies.
What is that? Jester, what do we call it? Dedicated crap? Not dedicated.
Pack of wolves can finish them off.
Decisive, maybe?
Deterministic.
Deterministic. That's what I was looking for. Yeah.
Just like
Homogenizing gave us some
earlier,
deterministic
you can use
crafting.
skills from other classes. Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So, for example, you might want to try adding freezing mark from the monk to pounce.
Hold on. What? I built a lich using bow, lightning arrow, converted all lightning to chaos. That actually sounds really cool. And in doing so, you negate a lot of the resistances that monsters have, becoming even stronger. That's really nice.
After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to
Here we
explode
go.
the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited
Let's
for the
talk about
next
third
league as
form available
well.
to the Druid, and I think it's a cool one. The Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range
So Wolf actually looked pretty well put together. It looked like things kind of flowed pretty good. It didn't look like you had to do a whole bunch in order to get a payoff out of it. I don't know until we actually
But that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range.
like
when
to
you
see
want
other
to.
skill gems.
The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much
Werewolf
larger
looked like
AoE
it had the
attack.
most interactions with different skills and abilities.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was a lot
Like
of
it
fun.
has
though.
a really high combo.
Okay, you're right.
I
I
don't
missed
know.
something there. Let me go back to it. Hang on. You're right. I missed something. So, whenever you kill things, you get wolves.
Furious. Even just
But
the
you,
wolf
you've got to
fights
mark everything in order to get a wolf, don't you? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I missed that part. It's not an auto mark ability.
No.
So you've got to mark it and then do your stuff and then build up your wolves. Okay, yeah, it's
And
got a
on
lot of
bosses,
upkeep.
it's even worse because
Right,
you're not
I
able
seen
to
that.
mark and kill things. You got to do a mark, then you got to do a ability that jumps you back. That summons a wolf. Then you got to do a dance. Then you got to jump on your head. Then you got to do a backflip. And it's like, why? Why don't I have to do any of that?
Yeah, I
all that
completely
stuff.
missed that.
The skill leaps at a target and applies
It
a
looks
mark to them.
good. It
Killing
just
the
doesn't look
marked
fun.
enemy will summon a wolfman into your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your
I kind of
wolves will
wish that they
prioritize
had
that
done
mark,
these like
dealing more damage the
reveals
more wolves you have.
at a
So make
higher
sure you
power
keep the
level.
pack strong.
Because it's so hard to look at something like this and be like, oh, that looks super fun and strong. When I'm looking at like the damage it's doing, and it's doing not even
Nothing. Yeah, I know.
7k a minute.
They talk
You know what
about
I mean?
this big combo, and then they do it, and nothing happens to the boss HP. And I'm like, what?
This allows you to pounce to mark
Exactly.
enemies and then
This
summon a
looks.
wolf easy without
They're like, this is how we're gonna blow it up.
Also has another
You're gonna do this, 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 and this. Oh, and then while all that's running, you've got to do this. And then I see like 15k looking at the boss damage, and I'm like, I would just like to see an actual power scale of what's happening
Create
here.
as many ice movements as you can. Then follow up with cross slash to generate a field of icy
Like,
explosions.
I know they want each boss that we fight to take us 20 minutes. What's going on, man? We've been on for like 20 minutes. We're looking at Druid. Going over some of the patch notes and whatnot here in a minute. I'm not going to watch all of this. I just wanted to catch like what was going on with Druid.
Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to do something free
Hey.
to pounce. After pouncing at an enemy,
There are some
cross slash to
big
explode
changes
the mark
that are
and gain
really,
extra cold damage for
really
a time.
stupid.
Yeah.
The wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though.
Okay,
Using
we
the
saw this
Arctic
part.
Howl Warcry.
Let me go back up far.
Alright, let's talk about the third
enough,
form
Murph.
available to the Druid, and I think it's a cool one. The Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to.
Yeah,
Basic
you get a
attack
pack
the
of
Wyvern
wolves
is Rend.
for marking and killing other wolf or other
Slash
creatures.
with your lethal talons. If they're close to me,
They're mostly cold based apparently, which I mean that's cool. We're getting some more cold things. They're trying to tone back a lot of lightning abilities. They were saying that they're going to be buffing some of the. I think Ignite got a buff, and I think they're doing something with cold damage. We'll look over those patch notes in a minute, but it'll definitely be better. But they're nerfing a lot of things that I don't think were like super strong last season. They just seen it at the top of the list, like everybody's using it, and they've done this in the past. If they look at a skill and everyone's using it, they're just like, all right, we're just gonna nerf that into oblivion, instead of finding out the reason why everyone's using that one skill. Like the game's not complete yet, but they're just like, they have a very limited selection, and of course everyone's gonna be drawn to something that's working or doing whatever. And they're just nerfing it into the ground without having like a full slate. So I guess we'll see.
stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges. And this is when the Wyvern's abilities really
It's
come
kind of
online.
neat that they're giving you a WoW cannibalize.
To charge up your wings with lightning.
Oh, I killed you. Let me feed off of you to get a little power, some health. Actually, I don't know if it gives us health.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't even know if I'm playing next league.
Wing blast will also do lightning explosions.
What'd you just see?
More damage.
So apparently they're adding innate damage reduction on bosses that decays over time.
I just told you that they won every boss fight the last 20 minutes.
And that's how they're doing it. My head hurts.
When using range, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with light.
So everyone was using Walker of the Wild, I think it is.
Yeah, because of course you would take it. It gives you 3% DR per tailwind. So you end up getting 30% DR. Oh, yeah. So they're turning Walker of the Wilds. The elemental gives you mana
life, mana leech, yeah.
Mana leech. Yeah. Because everyone was playing Lightning Arrow, so of course everyone used it.
Support.
Right. So you can have one of them on one skill.
Support means you can only have and you're losing whatever power that support slot would give you.
Right. So you're going to lose at least 20. You're probably going to lose about 20%, 25% damage on whatever you have to put that in. Because if you use Stolicism, you lose 20%. If you use Lightning Infusion, you lose 25%. Yeah.
I just don't get it. I just don't understand why they see something that's being used and they go, well, that's probably being used for a reason, but we don't care. Gone.
Right. I mean, apparently they're upset about getting plus skills on weapons and stuff fairly easy. They're nerfing the perfect essence of battle from 5 to 6. Well, I mean, they're nerfing the new lightning skills quite a bit. I have not seen the new lightning gem yet. You see chat? He says, I'm worried the meta will be lightning spear arrow again because of the new lightning gem. I don't know. We'll look at that here in just a second, and we'll go through it a little bit more.
Turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack.
It was worth the mention in the video. Very soon in the video you're watching. Okay, cool. We'll see that in a second then.
Once your wings are charged, your wing blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage.
So Wyvern is the lightning baddie of the Druid set then.
Actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all. Alright, so those are some
I like how they're like, this is the range class, and then 80% of his abilities are melee.
Right. Well, I'm kind of curious on, with them giving everything much more health, how this is really going to work out. And, some of our survivability is being taken away, too. They also changed or nerfed Ghost Dance again from 3 seconds to 6 seconds.
Oh, Jesus.
Well,
for its recharge rate.
If you couldn't breathe fire, after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground.
Yeah, and Pathfinder's going to be unkillable.
Well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting.
And it's also going to be able to go to multiple other classes. I think Mage or Warrior.
Nastier in that gullet of yours.
Start.
Spitting a barrage of oil at your
and so it can pick up all the armor stuff or get more into the bleed from the warrior abilities. And
if you have power charges, though,
it'll be
your
something.
wings on the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for.
Why not play this round? It's going to be the same, or basically the same again. I'm not sure it's going to be the same yet.
Diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies.
This is just DT Druid with updated graphics.
Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are
Oh,
wet
great.
are
We're
easy
making
to
the enemies wet.
Use it with lightning damage from your wyvern
Yeah.
form to enhance your damage.
Yes, you are.
These wings also makes them easier to freeze.
Come here,
it works
big
nicely
boy.
With your wolf form as well. And you know what else?
Gonna
likes
make you
water?
wet.
Plants.
Oh, Jesus.
Water your plants to give them various extra abilities.
Druid Tornado is probably
Stop the
definitely going to be
tornado
strong.
will last longer and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon thrashing vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage.
Okay, so the plants created in water that are wet are bigger.
Now then, with our enemies
Makes
sufficiently
sense.
subdued with our plants,
And more angry.
And more angry. Great. They got a drink, now they're more lively. We got to put them down.
Now, this last
Someone called the bear to thrash, calls volcano.
like we had to do it. Use flame breath to take to the
So
skies
the
and rain
being
down a
wet
stream of
increases
fire on
the
your
plants, increases
enemies. You have
lightning
wings,
damage,
so you
and
have to take full
increases cold
advantage of them
damage.
after all. So fly around and burn in it.
Okay, so the flying dragon blowing fire is kind of neat. I can't even shit on that. That was really cool.
There are a few other skills we didn't cover.
It looks
but there's one
great.
in particular that I
How
don't
useful
over
will
a
it
lot
be
of
in
places.
actual combat is
Spell
the question.
totems.
I have no
Spell
idea,
totems are meta
but it definitely
creatures
looks
that
cool.
Create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them.
Okay, so we're now getting another situation. Well, I mean, it's 3 endurance or 3 power charges. I felt like endurance was super easy to get on the Deadeye for spell totems that allow you to cast spells from the totem.
Summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless.
That's kind of neat.
Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses.
Yeah, I don't much use the charge system or like the charge system either, if I'm going to be honest with you. I just know that there was ways to make Deadeyes have like unlimited endurance charges. It felt like
Now, of course,
we can get them built
all
up
new
super
class have a
fast.
bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here.
Okay, here we
Fan
go.
the flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the wyvern's wing blast. We can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the twisters on the huntress or the monk's staggering palm projectiles.
That's kind of cool.
Accelerated growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain.
Okay.
And
Hold up. Hold up. Are you guys seeing this?
accelerated growth causes extra
They
explosive
have
plants
used
to
the
erupt
same
from
model
the
that they
ground
used for the plants that we're trying to run away from as a character
An
ability.
advancing storm changes storm skills like your
We see purple flowers and you run away. And now we're using purple flowers. It feels like D4 build and spend. I can see that.
tornado.
I think a lot of, at least Amazon and some of the other classes kind of feel like build and spend too. I feel like everything we do in this game we're punished for a lot of it. I just want to get out my little gimp suit, you know, when I play. Have my wife beat me. Just because, like, for every bonus, there's a negative. And sometimes the negative is so severe, the bonus is only like 2%. Yeah, more surprise death. I mean, I can't see myself using the vines with the purple flowers. Knowing,
It's great for watering plants in mass.
I mean, we're also dropping rain now. It looks like clarity, visual clarity, still is rough. Like, you can't see nothing that's underneath that tornado.
Use it with Firestorm as well.
Or here, you couldn't see nothing hardly there if anything's under the ground underneath this.
Your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the Druid's animal
And they
form
nerfed
Warcries,
Arc.
or on the warrior
Arc
for
was
a nice
barely
power
on
boost.
life support.
Grounding shocks causes
I mean, you had to put like a mirror into Arc for it to be good.
Arcing lightning
If not
Now you
more.
need a mirror and a half.
You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost. But
They
it's
made it
also
so
great
that
with
instead
any
of it
other shocking
having
skill.
more
Try it out with
magnitude of
lightning
shock
speed.
inflicted,
It obviously
it has
needed more
increased
AoE
magnitude
clear.
of shock inflicted.
There's a
So
whole
that's a
pile more,
giant
but we'll leave
nerf.
those for you to discover.
Okay, we're talking about the new lightning
Now, the new
spear
class
ability
comes
there.
with ascendancy classes.
Hold on, I missed that.
Grounding shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out
Okay,
with
so it
lightning
turns
speed.
dead
You
mobs
obviously need
into
more AoE
Tesla
clear.
coils. Well, I mean, they nerfed Lightning Rod. It's now like a 0.1 cooldown on it for it to go off, where we had it going off almost like indefinitely.
The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental
Yeah,
fury that can
it
harness
might end
rage
up
into
being the
spells,
meta.
unifying
I don't know, we'll have to
with
see.
magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are. And with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells.
Yeah, okay, now that spell looks really cool. I was worried about how it took for us to build to be able to do the bear's abilities. Because being able to do the run the whole time would be super cool.
Extra mods only available to the shaman.
But you gotta have your rage capped in order to do so.
You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury. There are other abilities for the shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid ascendancy is the
Hang on, I missed that
allowing you to
part.
become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury.
Okay.
There are other abilities for the shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now.
So there, you've got to do a set amount of damage in order to get your payoff for extra damage.
The other Druid ascendancy is the
I would
Oracle.
like Apocalypse to
The
be
Oracle
strong.
perfected the power of foresight and utilizes
Just
this
how many attacks does it take to get to that cutoff?
When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills.
I mean, I'm cool with ramp up on some things, but not if the ramp up takes 30 seconds.
Significantly more damage.
A minute, you know what I'm saying?
And with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my favorites, when you first deal damage to see a vulnerable to freeze, stun, and with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both.
So for like a couple of seconds, you can AoE and get damage on both of them. And then when they combine, he loses that much damage? Is that what just happened?
Basically, you're attacking the enemy twice instead of once for X amount of seconds.
Oh, okay, I
It's going
see.
to be a short amount of like double damage. If you can get all of your attacks to hit both of them, which a lot of abilities won't.
With the trade-off of making your reservation
So
skills
I don't know
cost
how
more
good
spirit.
that's going to be either.
Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the Druid ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these. Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This
Yeah, that's
unit
kinda
also
neat.
continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now, of course, the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely do a lightning fire tornado. Because you can infuse now wind attacks with a fire. And then it's easy to do lightning infusion or something of that nature on it. That plus making Giga Volcanoes would probably be pretty good. I don't know. The maps that I was running, like, towards the end, you know, they were completely maxed out. And we had monsters absolutely everywhere. Now, I know that they've said that they've taken out pack size. And they removed the vertebrae. And we're not instilling anymore. So, but they're giving everything, what was it? Like they're getting a 40% health increase?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder with the power change, how likely it is going to be to do things without just getting shit on.
Well, they've basically nerfed every single class and ability across the board. They've buffed a couple of things here and there, but not nearly as much as they've nerfed things. And plus, we haven't even discussed this yet, but the league mechanic is it's like the third worst mechanic in Path of Exile. It's a horrible mechanic.
Incursion? Is that what it is?
Yes.
You'll have to
No
run me
one
by
likes
that one.
Incursion. You get a map, and you can pick a map.
Oh,
room,
never mind.
and
I
you
know
run the
that.
map room.
Okay, yep,
And
I seen
in
that.
this
I never
version
could
of
figure it
you
out.
Level up the map room, and if you get to a certain point, you fight the boss, and if you fight the boss, it resets your progress. It's not a fun mechanic.
I ran like
It's
20
not
or
a
30 of
mechanic
those.
that anyone really runs very heavily. It's mainly used for super end game when you want to start double corrupting gear and hope for something that's going to make you a crap load of money.
Okay, I see that. I see that. Yeah, I didn't much care for Incursion when I played PoE 1. I did a bunch of it when I was like leveling and stuff, just trying to see what it was, and I never really could figure it out. Because for every zone I went to, I never went to like where I thought I should have went.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I was like the door I clicked on was the boss room, but then the next incursion I went into, I went somewhere else. I never did get to fight a boss the entire time that I was doing incursion. So I guess I was just doing it wrong. I don't know. I just never understood how it worked. But you know, this last league was my first league of actually playing PoE 1, like playing. So
Yeah.
it was interesting. Okay,
Yeah,
now we're on
I'm
Fate of
just
the
not-
Vow. I'm not going to watch the rest of this. I do want to look at the in-game changes and see what they have to say here.
With a few changes. Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. League is over, along with also bringing the more on the battlefield.
Oh, here we go.
Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other. So, that's the fate of the Val League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes.
Listen, Azuri really said,
Now,
why
for
have
those of
two
you
when
who
you can
haven't seen
double
what
it?
happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal.
I think it's funny that all of the designs that players absolutely hate in PoE 1, they have brought over to PoE 2.
Yes.
Now that they've brought Incursion, they have, what is it, Roofless? Is that what I've heard before called?
Ruthless is
Rooflessness or something?
basically PoE 2 design vision. So Ruthless in Path of Exile 1 is a special mode you could do. It's like hardcore on crack, because not only is it hardcore, you get less resources, you get less drops, and you're basically fucked from the beginning on.
Oh, okay. And then I know everyone hates the Trial of Secamus,
Suck my ass, yep.
because that is whatever on
Sanctum.
Sanctum. Yeah, I didn't like Sanctum either. That shit was awful.
No one likes Sanctum.
And then they force you to do Sanctum in this in order to get your ascendancies.
Yes. And
then there's something else that people hated that in 1, and they thought it was a good eye to bring into 2, and I don't remember what it was.
Give me a second. It's
I really wanted to see Blight. I thought Blight would have been super cool to come into 2. Or even what was the other one? Harbinger, where you have all the guys around the shrine. Is that it?
Ultimatum
No.
is the other one they brought in that no one likes.
Okay. Oh, that's
Ultimatum is the
Chaos,
other way
right?
to get your ascension points. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, stupid.
I just
Trial
think-
Master.
I just think Blight was so freaking cool. Like when I played this
Blight
last
is cool.
season, I really enjoy tower defense, and having tower defense in an ARPG, it just felt good. I really enjoyed it. I wasn't good at it, but I really liked it. I wasn't playing the right
And
build for it.
it's-
I was playing Lead Quake, and I
No,
should have been
yeah.
playing something else for Blight.
Yeah, you need a lot of AoE for Blight, and
And I mean, I was killing
It's-
myself with my Helm of Creation, so if anything looked at me the wrong way, I exploded. Hi, Weenie Dog.
so
Can you come and say hi to
strong
everybody?
boxes.
There you go.
Strong boxes everyone loves, They put them in PoE 2 and made them basically useless.
Yeah, and I mean they buffed him
Um,
last season, and then they buffed him too much, so now they're back to being useless.
Yeah.
Hi, Murph.
Abyss is not super loved in PoE 1. In PoE 2, it was actually better.
I like
but
it
it was
in
also
2.
super fucking hard. And they, I guess, with the nerf to pack size, I don't think you're going to get as much benefit out of Abyss now. I'm not positive.
Probably not.
We're going to have to see how that goes.
Well, I mean, they're also getting rid of the modifiers that we had to make Abyss better. Because we're not going to be able, we have no more vertebrae, preserved vertebrae to use on our maps. So we're also not going to be able to cause maps to be abyssed. Right?
Now, one of the league mechanics
That's where we are right now.
Oh, no, you can. You can.
Okay, it'll show up randomly
in.
in in-game. I see.
You can
I was
also
right
add
there
it
in
to
the
tablet.
video. Oh, it's a tablet itself. It's not. Okay, I see. I'm sorry. I spoke before I saw.
To add Abyss-specific
That's
mods
okay.
to enhance how they function.
Breach is fun.
Now
There's
that-
no Breach. Delirium is fun. They've kind of nerfed Delirium in this one now. Like, it's not going to be as good. I don't know. I know they did a lot of it for optimization wise. Like the fog itself isn't going to be as bad, but
Yeah.
it made it seem like Delirium's not that great now either. But Delirium is still good and fun. People like that. Delve, nothing like Delve.
I think Delve would be cool in 2.
Essences are, in my opinion, nowhere near as profitable in 2 as they are in 1.
No, that's for sure. And Essences just got a big nerf. The ones that we care about just got nerfed. And then a couple got buffed. Some of the spell power ones got buffed, I think. But the
Harbinger
plus the
doesn't
skills one got
exist.
nerfed.
That's a fun thing. Expedition is enjoyed in PoE 1, and it's, I guess, okay in PoE 2. I don't know if a lot of people play Expedition in PoE 2, but
I mean,
there's
they
no
do
harvest.
they do the log books in PoE 2 because you can get whatever, but I'm not sure if it's something that people do a lot of. I really don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a lot of people do it.
There's no
I mean, they
harvest, there's
essentially
no
nerfed
Legion.
or needed the nerf. I'm honestly surprised they weren't nerfed more. Skill gem levels were crazy strong. And I mean, expecting it to be nerfed by +2 or +3. Yeah, I mean, it got nerfed by 1. So it's from 4 to 3 on one-handers and from 6 to 5 on two-handers. And then we should still be able to get 6s and 4s off of base rolls on some items. Like, you should still be able to get +4 projectiles, but it's not +4 all skills, or all attacks. I don't know. The things that they, like, got rid of. All right, we'll watch something here in a second. Which, yeah, it's still crazy strong. It's still really good. I'm just curious to see when we get to endgame how these changes with pack size and health and stuff correlate with the amount of power that we see them taking away. Like, we know it's still strong, but like, how strong is it really?
Abyss's core, it also needs its own Atlas tree.
So Abyss gets its own Atlas
You
tree.
gain
That's
first
cool.
Points by completing an Abyss.
I think
There are
Abyss is
more
still
available
valuable.
for doing depths.
Because
Oh,
you're
yeah,
going to need to do Abyss in order to craft, because you're still going to have to do desecration stuff.
You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal.
Oh, chance to overrun or complete Abyss to overrun a map close by? That's super cool.
You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction.
And I mean,
One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well. This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content, but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency.
Okay. I have yet to do the pinnacle bosses because they don't interest me. I enjoy crafting. I like mapping. I like mapping for things that I can craft on. Now I'm being forced to do Arbiter. I'm not real thrilled about it, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Vaal does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets.
Arbiter isn't that hard. I think it's fine. You have to complete content to get stronger maps.
With regard to Delirium Fog,
I understand what you're saying in that. I just don't want to do it. I don't like bossing in this game. I really don't like the fact that I have to fight a boss at the end of each map now too. I liked when I could just clear rares and whatnot. I mean, it's just me personally. Like, I would prefer to craft more than I would like to play the game, if I'm going to be honest. I just like gambling, essentially. Like, I mean, that's all they turn crafting into again, so I guess that's all it is. But I want to be able to run the higher content without being forced into doing something that I have no interest in, if that makes sense.
Though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly. So
see, now this looks good. This is how Delirium Fog should have been. Apparently it was a bug, is what they were saying during the live stream.
Is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early in-game in order to help with this, but still scaled.
My issue with bossing in PoE 2 is that bosses don't have a good rewards, and all the chase items are 1 to 2 are just kind of bad. But giving me a reason to clear a boss at least once isn't that bad. Yeah, I could see that. Having to clear it once is fine. But Arbiter, you still have to find, right? You got to go and find all the other citadels and then find Arbiter of Ash in order to run him the first time. We still got to find what? Bronze. Is it bronze, iron, and the ash one? I can't remember. But there's 3 citadels we have to find, right?
Up the number of monsters
so it just takes longer to get into actual in-game than what it was prior.
Simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the end game. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount.
The other reason that I don't like PoE 2 bosses is you're right. There aren't good rewards. There's no reason to run them, really. The items that they drop aren't the greatest. The chase items that were cool to go for, they've nerfed. And if I'm going to die, it's going to be on a boss. It's going to one-shot me out of nowhere. I'm going to get sucked up into a tornado or some random bullshit, and then I'm just going to die. Out of the blue. The citadels actually became easier to find in the Abyss League, and it may be easier to find them in this league again. That might be so. I stopped looking for them when I couldn't find them in the first 2 leagues. At that point, it was just too much of a chore. It became a job just to find citadels in order to run those bosses. And I just decided it wasn't for me.
So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life, in addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level.
So I'm wondering here, if we're losing 40%, are our maps going to feel barren? Are they bringing the maps smaller?
No.
I'm not there yet?
Basically,
okay.
We have also reduced the speed
you know how the last league they made a change so that there was less mobs in tier 1 maps and then it's scaled
Now,
up in pack
We
size
did have a large amount of content for
Yeah.
in-game plan for
to tier
overall,
15. It no longer
but
scales.
unfortunately, we just
So the
didn't
pack
have time to
size you
finish
get
it.
in tier 1 maps is
The
going to be
scope
the pack
was a
size you get
bit
in
too
tier 15
large,
maps.
and so we
The
need to
difference
wait
is
until
the
overall
pack
vote for
size,
that.
the tier
But
15
rest
maps are
assured,
going to have
there will be
more,
a
I think that's
ton
it,
of
it's
upgrades to the
empowerment or
existing
something like
leagues,
that.
as well
And
as
that's
new
going to
pinnacle
make
bosses
the
and a
enemies
significant
drop more
overhaul to the
loot,
Atlas
drop
passive
more
tree
experience, and have more health.
Okay.
coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance. And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher. And a lot less
5%
bad
higher.
frames
I might actually see
during
60
gameplay.
frames on my 5080.
It does make quite a big difference, especially on console.
Amazing.
A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course, another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes. Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree. These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter.
Okay. All right. Well, let's actually, first, let's watch this little clip here. Let's see here. Hold on. I don't have an issue with the map either. In Abyss, they added new cool location. The Jade Isle, I think, map itself has promise. And added more cool things like Jade Isle to find. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of neat. I liked running that. I liked Abyss League a lot. I liked running Abyss. Having extra mobs fill your map definitely felt really good. Give me the unique map areas and have a chance to give me cool chase items and such, you know? Yeah, 100%. Here's the biggest sad panda. I know this is probably split the community.
We need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this, like, we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus, the +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone. Goodbye homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
So, Omen of Homogenization is gone. And with them getting rid of Omen of Homogenization, I wonder if they're also getting rid of the Omen of Cardinal Homogenization or whatever it is, that where you use the Regal Orb to do so. But it is nowhere in the patch notes. So I don't know if they're just trying to hide it or if they're just afraid there's going to make too many people upset. But that was one of the ways that we could definitely like deterministically craft something. If we had something that had like 4 or 3 good mods on it, then we could like force the 4th one that we really need that makes the item good or not good. And to this point, we're going to find an item that has really good mods. It won't have the one we want. We'll hit it with an Exalt. It won't get it. And then we'll toss that item anyway. It's just another way to waste currency, really. Back to gambling. So, I mean, we'll see with, they say they're bringing in some other changes with Vow for crafting. We'll see if that kind of helps it, but I'm not sure if it's really going to. All right. Big changes that we're losing. Deadeye. Tailwind, I'm sure everyone's heard this, is 1% movement speed and 2% skill speed. Previously 3. So we're going to lose 10% attack speed on Deadeye. We're going to lose another, let's see here, 10% increased evasion rating previously 15. So we're going to lose a bunch more evasion rating as well. But we do pick up 1% if we deflect the attack. Unarmed is faster now, which is nice. Yeah, don't worry, Pathfinder's getting Deadeye's evasion rating. Pathfinder might be the way. You'll probably have some sort of Pathfinder lightning spear build or something of that nature. We'll see.
Yeah, Pathfinder is probably the most changed and most buffed ascendancy.
Yeah, we're getting ready to get right to it here. Deadeye, Wind Wards being removed. So that was the 30% skill or 30% damage reduction skill until you got hit. Because when you got hit, you lost your tailwind. So they just completely got rid of that. I mean, Ritualist was always in that cusp. I would probably rate Ritualist as like A rating. Or probably like B plus, actually. Now it's probably A. Because it was good, but that one extra ring and the mini ingenuity bonus didn't really put it over the edge. But now with some of these changes, it might be there now. I don't think it's S. I still think it's probably A. High A, considering what I've seen so far. Bullseye now requires call shots. Bullseye applies 10% or 10 critical weakness, previously 5. All right, so you get some more crit chance out of it. What is that? That's 2. Right. Critical weakness was it 0.2 or 0.25? Do you remember, Jester?
What was that?
Or is it 0.5? Critical weakness. I think it's 0.5 because 5 would give you 10%. So now you get 20% crit if you have Bullseye. Let's see. Added a new Mirage Deadeye Ascendancy passive.
0.5 per stack.
Okay, 0.5%. Well, mana stacking might be strong in this league depending on what has changed. Most mana comes from rings. So Ritualist might be good on that. Yeah, I think Ritualist for mana stacking would be good. I think I saw a video of someone else talking about that as well. And then, I mean, they changed the, we were just talking about it, Walker of the Wilds, which allows you the damage or elemental damage you do to give you mana back. And so that might be something there. Since it's now a linear, it'll go on your whatever skill you use most. So you'll lose damage on that skill. You'll probably lose about 20% damage on the low end, depending on what passive you want to give up on it, or support gem. Sorry, what support gem you decide to give up for Walker of the Wilds. It does open up Walker of the Wilds though to go to more classes than what it was. Because, I mean, it was kind of hard to get to being in the Monk Deadeye area. Or Monk Ranger area. And, I mean, really, I guess you could instill it on your amulet if you really wanted to. But, you know, we'll see. I mean, that might actually end up being a net bonus for it being better for more builds. Even with taking the damage hit on the skill. We'll just have to see. Let's see here. We get a new Deadeye passive for Mirage. Grants a Deadeye meta skill. While active, firing ranged attack projectiles will create a Mirage that uses socketed range attacks for a short duration and then vanishes. You cannot create another Mirage. Okay, so it's got a cooldown. That might be neat. It really depends on what skill you put in it, on whether it's even worthwhile, and then how long does the Mirage stay up? Is there a way to buff the Mirage's damage to where it's equal to your own? Or is it, you know, at that point, like a cast on crit or something would kind of be better. Okay, here we go. Contagion's been removed. Remedies has been removed. Running Assault now grants cannot be heavy stunned while sprinting. That's actually really cool. I like that for Pathfinder. Added a new Pathfinder multi-choice ascendancy passive skill with the following choices. Path of the Warrior. Can allocate passes from the Passive Warrior starting point. Path of the Sorceress can allocate points for, and also grants, each choice also grants 4 extra passive points. All right. One
You see
second.
what they did to raw amount.
No, I haven't got that far yet. Do we have the passive tree yet for Druid or for 0.4 that we can look at?
No, I don't think they have the whole thing listed out yet.
I mean, they added a bunch. I really wanted to look at it to see, like, if Pathfinder's worth it as far as the points that you get in the starting zone. I mean, I guess if they haven't really changed them too much, we can go ahead and look at it. Oh, we don't want build guides. I'm sorry. That's not what I wanted. UE2 planner. Here we go. It doesn't really matter. Sure. Okay, so Sorcerer starts up here. Actually, edit. Pick Sorceress. Boop. Okay, so we get 4 points to start out here. We get mana regen. We get some spell damage. The maximum energy shield part here would be pretty good. Because you can get 10, 15%, 30%. So you can get 60% more maximum energy shield plus 10. Or you can go for a recharge rate. Now that would be pretty alright. And then I guess depending on what you're doing, you could go for spell rate. Actually, can you even get to that with... Oh, I guess it just gives you 4 extra points, so you can definitely put 5 up here if you wanted to. Global defenses includes ES. Oh, dude, they're going to be running around with 20k ES again. Let's see here. Boo, 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 boo. Oh, wait. I forgot to look at the warrior tree. My bad. I switch. Gotta click out of this. And then warrior stuff. Stun threshold, you won't have to worry about. The regen life could be good. Stun build up. Now, the melee damage right here would be pretty solid. And then I'm assuming that since you can like move over to the starting position as a Pathfinder, it allows you to pretty much go and be a warrior as a Pathfinder. Because we should, once we put points in, be able to, you know, go out wherever we want to go from here. So, I mean, that is definitely neat. I mean, really, if you did like a fire tornado Pathfinder, you can get, I think there's pretty good fire support, if I remember right, in the warrior tree. There might not be anymore. Hold on. Pretty sure there is. Am I wrong on that? Okay. Here we go. So there's a little bit. But I mean, Pathfinder starts down here anyway, right? Yeah, because this is where the ranger is. I don't know. It actually would probably be, if you got to choose one or the other, Sork is probably the best for the extra ES shield and stuff. All right, let's go back. Let's look some more here. Grants attribute passive skills, offer additional options. Okay, now that is pretty cool. I like that part of it, being able to get the If you're capped on your attributes, being able to get global defensives or cost efficiency, increased damage, like that right there is super solid. It says per both. Yeah, okay. I missed that part. I was just skimming. I don't read all that good, unfortunately, so I didn't want to get caught up on words and whatnot. Let's see here. That was on me. Multi-class, multi-choice. Oh, it's multi-choice ascendancy. Following paths can allocate passives. Have the sorceress from the starting point. Each choice also grants. Okay, I don't know. I know it says multi-choice, but I'm assuming that's like with Deadeye, where you can choose point blank or the long range one. And that's why I was assuming that you would get one pick instead of being able to pick both. Okay. Well, I guess we'll see how they do it then. Right, exactly. But with Smith and Katava, you can pick multiple ones, right? All right. Elemental Surge. All right. Amazon, Elemental Surge reworked. Grants Elemental Surge. Now provides when you consume a charge trigger, Elemental Surge, you gain +3 lightning surges. Surging Avatar reworked. Now provides when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Surge, and instead gain 2 cold, fire, and lightning and surge charges. I'm not sure what surges are. They don't actually tell us what they are here. Spear. Oroa. I played Ritualist when it first came out, and I don't remember there being surges, so it must be a new thing, because I'm not seeing anything for surge while I'm scoping through their abilities here either. Where are you at? Okay. Here we go. Elemental Surges. Elemental Surges are consumed when you use a non-melee projectile attack to fuse the projectile fired by the attack, causing them to trigger a surging blast when they reach the end of their flight. Your weapon can have a maximum of 6 of each type of surge active by default. Surges last 15 seconds. Surges are specific to your current weapon, so do not affect non-weapon damage and are not carried over if you weapon swap. Projectiles which switch or fork do not gain the benefit of surges. So that means Lightning Spear does not gain the benefit of surges. Or anything else that you use to split or fork. Tornado probably does, though. Spear, Twister. AoE projectile, split or fork. No, so you can put surges on twisters. And maybe Glacier Lance. Okay, so there's a couple of things that we can put it on. And then it'll go on other bow skills as well. All right, neat. So that's what they are. Interesting. Ritualist. All right, Ritual Sacrifice, Solo Modifier. Duration is 82 to 120 seconds from Jimlo, blah, blah, blah. Previously 15 to 19 seconds. Quantity is now 20 plus seconds to Stolen Modifier Duration. Okay, that's a lot better than what it was. I couldn't justify using it. That was the Headhunter buff, right, for Ritualist? Fairly sure it is. And then Corrupted Life Force, you now deal 50% more damage to enemies affected by Blood Boil. Oh yeah, Druid's going to be hell of expensive. It's just going to be what it is. Everyone's going to play Druid. I kind of want to play Pathfinder just because, or not Pathfinder, the Oracle, because you get so many more passive points. And if gear's going to be hard to come by, then being able to abuse your tree is going to be a lot more worth it. All right. Sorry about that. Well, I'm not sorry about that. I'm sorry about scrolling because I was just doing the thing. All right. Corrupted Blood. All right, awesome. Warbringer. Imploding impacts now grant fully broken armor you inflict increases all damage taken from hits itself. From hits instead. Oh, okay. Imploding impacts now grants fully broken armor you inflict increases all damage taken by hits instead. I don't remember what it did before that, but that's pretty good. If Pathfinder is going to be like 90% for this league, I can tell you what's getting nerfed next league. Pathfinder and Druid. Druid doesn't even have to be good. It just has to hit like 85%, 50% of the meta just because it's new and that's what people are playing, and it'll definitely catch nerves. I mean, I'm not saying Deadeye definitely needed a nerf. 100% it needed to be touched on. Right. Yeah, minion builds caught nerfs in was it 0.2 that they wrecked minion builds? Yeah, because I played Witch in 1. And I played Witch in 2, or tried to, but it was so bad, I just couldn't play Witch anymore. Yeah, it was when they got Spectres that they got nerfed. They brought out Spectres for Witch like it was going to be the greatest thing ever. And as they brought it out, they nerfed all minions. So it was like no point to even try playing Spectres. Myth of Titan. Surprising strength has been removed. Crushing impacts now deal 25% more damage against heavy stunned enemies. Added a new Mountain Splitter Ascendancy passive skill, which grants every third slam skill that doesn't create fissures. You can use yourself to cause one additional aftershock ahead of each attack in the initial area, or each side of the initial area. Requires crushing impacts. Okay. Yeah, 0.2 was the worst. From what I was seeing in chat while I was watching the live stream and a little bit afterwards, a lot of people are already saying that this is worse than 0.2. I don't really know. We'll see when we get into it. it might be awful. And if it is, we'll definitely know. I was kind of upset. I was having so much fun this last league, but then once we were a month in, the league was already over. Like nobody was playing. A lot of people had already stepped away to go do other things. And I thought 0.3 was really good. So we'll just have to see. Yeah, I can't see how this could be anywhere worse than 0.2. Not yet, at least. Heavy bracing's been removed. Removed. Oh, Smith of Katava got a full rework, essentially. Each nodal connected to the Smith of Katava's masterwork notable now grants 200 armor in addition to its own other bonuses. No more padded plates, no more lead lining. Heavy bracing's been removed as well. Added Katava imprint in place of padded plates, which causes your body armor to grant 60% increased glory generation. Spike plates, 100% increased thorns damage. A tribute to Attila. In place of heavy bracing, which causes your body armor to grant 30% increased spirit. Internal lair now reduces critical damage taken by 100%, previously 50. That's actually pretty good. I like that one. Heat proofing now causes your body armor to grant a bonus of being unaffected by damaging elements, previously just ignite. Heat proofing is also really good. It keeps you from being frozen as well and chilled. I mean, I think that's a win. Ignite I wasn't too worried about, but shocking definitely sucked as well. Let's see here. As a mace... Oh, wait. I skipped some stuff. The fire spell on melee hit skill granted by Heat of the Forge on Smith now costs no mana when triggering socketed spells. It now also grants 10% increased damage per level, up to 200% increased damage at level 20. Alright, that, depending on how that spell works, is really freaking cool. Heat of the Forge. Nope, it's not warrior. Smith, oh Smith, where are you? Ah, here it is. Oop. Forged in Flame. Nope. Not what we're looking for. Oh. Alright. While active, gains energy when you hit enemies with melee attacks, and then triggers socketed fire spell on reaching maximum energy. Alright. So it works just like all the cast on crit things. It's got to build up before it goes off. Gains 3 energy per power of enemies you hit with melee attacks. Modified percentage. We'll see. Without having like a bunch of attack speed or being able to increase that might be not as interesting as we hope. Like when you're bossing and you're only hitting one dude, like how many times is your extra free spell gonna go off? Yeah, dude, I know 0.2 was awful. I did not have fun there at all. And you're right, it was just lightning spear or 0 damage. I mean, you get away with lightning arrow, but you're playing lightning regardless. Archmage, I think, was nerfed in 0.2. And then got more nerfs in 0.3. And then I still think we're going to have to worry about Chaos Explosions. Now, the delay that was killing people in 0.2 was crazy. Because you killed a mob, and then it was like 5 or 10 seconds later that it finally decided to explode. We have a couple of like hardcore videos. I think it was Rax. Or no. Who was it? Quinn, maybe? I think it was Quinn that got blown up by an invisible explosion. He killed something like 5 or 6 seconds earlier, and then it just killed him. He had no idea why. The temper weapon skill, granted by against the anvil on Smith, now costs no mana. Bush trigger by its empower attacks now to 25% more damage at all levels. Base radius of 3, previously 2.5. Living weapon now changes target less frequently and thus spends more time actively attacking. That's really good. Mace has a cooldown of 6 from 10 for its slam skill. Quarterstaff cooldown 6 from 10 on sweep. As spear, fixed a bug where the damage dealt while it was dashing towards enemy didn't cover the full distance of the dash. Alright. Infernalist. Oh, here we go. Fire spells on melee hit might actually be good this league. The issue was it wasn't that it was bad. The issue was that the fire spells are bad. Assuming that we'll be getting better fire spells with Druid, not just Volcano. Yeah, I hope so. They did just reuse rolling magma or whatever it is for the Wyvern from the Warrior. I hope we get better fire skills, and then it could be good. Like, even if you get the Volcano and we still are able to slam the Volcano as a Warrior, like getting a free Volcano and not having to actually use it would be pretty dope. I'm trying to think of all the other fire skills. But I never really used it all that often. Well, we can actually look at fire skills right now. I just type fire in here. Volcanic fissures, molten blast, rolling slam. Oh, let's go to, sorry, trying to figure out which one has the best fire skills. Elementalist we can look at. Incinerate. Yeah, I mean, as far as what we're looking at now, I don't see any fire skills that would be worth casting at all. Maybe some grenades, but I doubt it. All right. Oh, grenades are attacks. It has to be a spell. Oh, well then. Yeah. Then all the spells are pretty garbage. As cool as that ability is, then, I mean, hopefully we get better fire spells from Druid. Turn my mic input up. It's a little low. I mean, I'm blowing my stuff out over here. Is that better? Yeah, man, I'm pretty excited for the new league mechanic. I guess we'll see. Blood Mage, Whispering Flesh now grants target cursed by you have 100% reduced life regen. That's pretty alright. Storm Meter, Refraction, Infusion now grants. Okay, Storm Weaver. Refractory Refusion now grants when collecting an elemental infusion, grant another different elemental infusion, previously 50%. Oh, okay, now it's just 100% to happen. Storm Inclusion now grants remnants can be collected from 50% further away. And multiplying squalls now grant +2 to limit of elemental skills, previously 1. Alright. Those seem like fairly decent buffs. I'm not sure if this is a buff. Yeah, actually, this might not be a buff, because if I just want cold, but like if I get fire, it's cool, would be dope. But I mostly want cold. Then this is not a buff at all. Okay, let's see here. Chronomancer, enemy updated. Now ignores the curse limit. Interesting. Now cursed targets take 50% of hit damage dealt to them while cursed again when curse expires. Previously 20%. At gym level 1, scaling up to 33%. All right. Just got a new 32-inch 180 hertz monitor. That's pretty dope, brother. Smith Bear could be really good. It's possible. Yeah, I'm playing on a 50-inch 4K TV, so I would love to have a monitor eventually someday when I'm not stuck in this room. Let's see here. Infusions. Okay, so Gymling's just getting more gold res for 3 gems instead of 4, or all the reses they can max out with 3 instead of 4. Dynamism granted by advanced therminology. Notable passive skill now generates a charge once every 5 seconds. It was once every 8. What are you guys barking at? Do I need to go look? Jesus Christ. Give me just a second. Here, guys. They keep barking over something outside. And it's been like 30 minutes now. They're killing me. You killing me, Smalls? Can't believe Blood Mage didn't catch any nerfs. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by that as well. But the build's super expensive. And they might have nerfed the skills instead of just nerfing the Blood Mage. Yeah, it's definitely a huge disadvantage at just 60 hertz. But I mean, I'm okay sitting at 60 frames.
All right, I'm back.
I've never sat here and seen anything above 60 frames. Like, you know what I'm saying? So my eyes are so used to it, and I don't play first-person shooters, so it's never like a big disadvantage to me. And then I have like a table that's like 5 or 6 feet away from the TV, so I sit back. It's kind of dope. Yeah, Jester, the guy that's also in Discord with me at the moment, he played Blood Mage health stacking last season. He didn't quite get it to work just yet, I think. I think he was missing some stuff. By the time he went to make it, it was pretty expensive.
Yeah, and it was pretty late in the league, and I really wasn't feeling it that much anyway. It was fun. It was definitely, if I had league started, I think I'd be a lot happier with it. But they're also nerfing it now, so...
Well, Blood Mage didn't catch a nerf.
It did.
Unless they nerfed the abilities, is what I just said.
Not the ability, hold on.
What are you doing, Parrot Dog? Hi, bud.
At Louis' bloodletting lineage support was granting 2 extra physical damage per 10 life cost infinitely.
Right.
And now it does 2 extra physical damage per 20 life cost up to 40%, no longer infinite.
Oh, well then it's a huge, huge nerf.
Yes. So that, like I said, they've nerfed pretty much everything across the board. Minions didn't get touched a ton from what I can tell. And grenades didn't get touched a ton from what I can tell. So you can still run those, but everything else you're pretty much doing less with. Which is,
no more
really
mobilization.
makes me excited.
Right. Looks like the artillery ballistas got nerfed because they no longer increase the mobilization buildup, but now they have 20% more skill speed.
Oh.
Siege ballista no longer grants 50% increased damage against immobilized enemies. Now grants 25% damage against mobilized enemies.
So
mortar cannon 25% gained as fire from 15. Added spell totem to embankment auras, and then spell totem grants 50% increased critical hit chance. Let's see here.
From what I can tell, Monk didn't really catch any sort of nerf either, so Monk is still very viable.
Now grants 35% less evasion. Well, there's a buff there to its evasion, 35, and it was 50% less. Oh yeah, no, that's perfect for you, brother. I play games like Apex and competitive. Yeah, eventually I'm gonna get a really nice 32-inch OLED when I move into the house. But since I live in a one-room shed, essentially with the wife, like the TV that we use, that I game on, I use to watch TV on. Like it's wall mounted, so I can move it so we can like lay in bed and watch TV. We just don't have a room for me to set up a desk and have a monitor and everything else. Like here beside me, she's got her monitor set up and her computer, but you know, everything's like right here on this wall. I just don't have room to have like 3 different setups that I need to have. So the TV is the way. Gore Spike is still infinite though. You just have to build more into crit. Blood Mage wasn't nerfed that hard. Okay. It was a nerf. You just have to change the build. Is what chat's saying, Jester. Over Blood Mage. Gore Spike is still infinite. You just have to build more into crit. Blood Mage was nerfed with what you were talking about. But you'll just have to change the build a little bit and it should still be viable. Yeah. I'm not sure how viable, but
yeah.
Witchbane has enemies have a maximum concentration equal to 30% of their maximum life, previously 40. This is a buff. Glad they have to say that. The fire skill granted by Unleash Hell notable passive has been updated. Okay, so this notable passive from Tactician did get buffed though. Cooldown is now 20 seconds instead of 40. Now fires a volley every 0.75 seconds. Previously, it was every 2 seconds. Now fires 6 volleys, was 4. 14 meters width, previously 7.5. Attack damage is now... Oh, never mind. The attack damage has got hella nerfed. It's now 763% from 1140. Now, it is attacking twice, 2.2 times more. I don't know, what is that? 0.75 second and 2 seconds. It goes in twice, and then you got an extra one left over, kind of. So you do get another 2 extra attacks, 3 attacks. So it is a net buff, realistically. Yeah, exactly. So Tactician did get buffed as far as that skill goes.
It's hard to get excited for a slight buff when everything got majorly nerfed.
Oh,
and that's where I'm kind of at with this. This is another not exciting league, not exciting patch. Druid being the most exciting thing on here. The league mechanic being the least exciting thing on there.
Right. I have to look at the league mechanic. I haven't actually touched on it yet. I wanted to wait until I was streaming to actually look over this stuff. Unbound Avatar skill granted by and I Shall Rage has been updated. Now has a cooldown of 12 seconds. Gain Unbound Fury when you elicit an elemental element with a hit on an enemy. No longer has no more than once every 0. Okay, so they took out the cooldown for the element for Unbound Fury. Shocking in Night Ground 1, Unbound Fury previously 2. Yeah, but without the cooldown, I think that'd probably be alright. Monk's tack pretty fast. So Monk kind of got a buff. I'm not sure about this Avatar skill and how much they used Unbound Avatar. And I Shall Rage. Whatever that is. Can I look at that? Surely I can look. Invoker, here we go.
Don't call me Shirley.
Alrighty. I'm back. Game Fury, blah blah, maximum this. Okay. Unbound Fury by inflicting elemental damage that hits on enemies. Once you reach maximum Unbound Fury, consume it. It becomes unbound for duration, vastly augmenting your elemental prowess. 40% more elemental damage while unbound. 80% more chance to inflict elements while unbound. Unbound on duration is 10 seconds. Alright. Well, I'm assuming since they're removing the cooldown, you could technically have this up infinitely. Reach the maximum amount, consume it. Yeah. If you're gaining the extra chance, then you should be able to keep this up almost indefinitely as long as you have things to attack. Neat.
I don't know. That sounds like it might be slightly fun, so we can't do that.
I mean, I'm sure they were already running it anyway. All right. Last one to look at as far as ascendancies go. We have the Acolyte of Chichuya. Chichuya? I don't know. Chalua? Chalupa? I don't know. Chihuahua. All right, we have Acolyte of Chihuahua, El Taco Bell, and all that jazz. Embrace the Darkness now gives 10 maximum darkness per level instead of 8. Chayula. Okay. That's what it's called. Chayula. Man, I'm just a hillbilly with a keyboard.
Every part of that was painful.
Dude, tell me about it. All right. The End of the Breach skill granted by Waking Dream Red Flame Leech is now 15% instead of 7. Blue Flames 15% mana leech instead of 7. So that's a net positive there. Purple Flame now lasts 8 seconds instead of 5. End of the Breach granted by Waking Flames now graded closer to the player. Choice of Power, Choice of Life, Choice of Mana now grant 50% increased effect of Remnants and 50% increased Remnant pickup range. The Void Illusion skill granted by Grasp of the Void cooldown of 4 seconds at all gem levels, previously 6 and then to 4. Now deals 350% to 1268%. Previously it was half that. So we are getting a buff here on Acolyte. Not sure how often this is used though. Void of Illusion skill by Grasp of the Void now has a 3 cooldown charges, previously 1. The issue with darkness still remains, which is that you get rid of Spirit for darkness, or for a defensive lair that you can only really scale through levels, and it doesn't scale well enough into the end game. The damage on the skill is nice at least. Yeah, the damage increase is pretty dope. I mean, that was something that Acolyte was missing, was damage for Chaos. And really usable Chaos abilities. I think we still have that problem where I don't think it's in a good spot. I don't think these changes make it good enough to even go into Acolyte. Passive tree. All right, we get 250% or 250 new passes on the Druid side. The values of flame magnitude on the passive tree have been increased massively. All instances gaining flame, ice, and lightning archon have been changed to gaining elemental archon. Better support builds using multiple elements. Archon related passives on the tree have been adjusted accordingly and condensed. Hollow Palm now grants 1% more attack speed per 75 item evasion rating on equipped armor items, previously 25, and based unarmed attacks is now 1.65 attacks per second, previously 0.4. I'm pretty sure that that's a big nerf to Hollow Palm.
It's not a big nerf. It's definitely a nerf. It's gonna be.
I mean, it's 50 more armor for another 1%.
You won't notice the high end attack speed as much, but it will definitely be less. Whereas the low end will actually be higher because of the base increase. So it's a buff to early game. It's a nerf to end game, but it's not as bad because the base itself got buffed. But yeah, no, it's definitely a nerf to end game though.
Yeah.
But end game, you should be able to get yourself a really good weapon that will make that not a point anyway because you won't be using Hollow Point anymore. Hollow Palm. It's meant to be a cheap way to level up. It's not meant to be a replacement for a high-end weapon. It's basically what they want.
Right. Let's see here. Back on Acolyte. Make it so that Chaos Res to Darkness isn't capped by your own max Chaos Res. Make it so if I build 900% Chaos Res, I get a percentage increased Darkness, which would make sense thematically. If I wasn't limited by your Chaos Res cap, it would be a decent way to build defensively. Yeah, I think that's what I was seeing chat say earlier when I was watching the live stream talking about it a little bit, was because of the cap, once you get up to, what is it? You get up to like 76 or 80% or 85% Chaos Res. I don't actually remember where exactly you could cap Chaos Res at, but once it's capped, everything else just goes past that. And so Darkness as a way of being defensive just isn't really worth building into. Which is essentially what you're saying. Yeah, I understand that. Which, I mean, it really would make sense that you could find a way to make your Chaos Res go up even higher. Because, I mean, really, how many bosses are doing chaos damage? And, like, how much would that affect? Because, I mean, really, you just run CI. It's the same thing as having CI as far as, like, negating chaos damage. And CI being a notable... Alright, so what I'm trying to think of here is, like, how would it change the overall gameplay of having that much chaos resistance? I mean, CI just makes it to where you don't take any of the damage at all. That ability hasn't been touched, so it's still worth having in the game. So being able to give Acolyte CI, essentially, without the life, I don't see that being too big of a problem. And then it would make it better here. I see. I don't even need the Chaos Res to affect more than the base 75%. But all I'm saying, let Julia's conversion not care about the cap. I understand. Yeah. That would definitely, I mean, and then you wouldn't actually hurt nothing. Do you get damage for darkness? Acolyte. Oop. Let me actually read darkness here. All these ads are atrocious. Deepening shadow. Alright, increase maximum darkness per chaos res. So darkness should be over here. Okay, embrace the darkness. You have no spirit. Base maximum darkness is 100. Damage taken is reserved from darkness before being taken from your life or energy shield. Darkness reservation lasts for 5 seconds. 8 maximum darkness per level. Increase maximum darkness. Increase maximum darkness. Okay. So it's like having health or energy shield. And how do you build darkness? Does it just regen after the fact? Like life and energy shield? Each recovers based on chaos damage as well as physical damage. Sap of Nightmares. I'm just not seeing how you refill your darkness. Oh, it instantly refills after 5 seconds. Okay. Reservation effect prevent a portion of a given usually spirit. So it can be life mana from being used for other purposes while active. Is reserving change the maximum value. Okay, I see. It's definitely interesting, but I think you're right. Without being able to uncap your chaos res, it's just not as strong as just going full ES, since you've got to build for it anyway. Like, you've got to put a lot into having all that extra chaos res in order to make it worthwhile. Where I would rather get some of the other reses or crit damage or attack speed or whatever on other items than having to pack everything with chaos res anyway. Crimson Assault Keystone now grants 50% more magnitude of bleed you inflict. Walk of the Wilds became a Keystone, and then it became a lineage support, so we get one of them. The Elemental Equilibrium Keystones now grant cold infusion remnants you create are instead fire. Fire infusion remnants you create are instead lightning. Okay, it's just switch your remnants around. Passive that grant reduced movement speed penalties from your skills while moving on the passive tree have had their values lowered. More passes of the tree now grant the stat to make up for this. Oh, okay, so we got to spend more points to get the same amount of movement speed. Cool. Damn it. Which also takes away from more of our power. If we want to go faster, we hit softer. Added 3 new attack area of effect clusters on the monk part of the passive tree. Added 2 projectile speed clusters to the passive tree in mercenaries section. Oh, that's right, because they were talking about the more projectile speed that they get, the better the shotgun becomes at a certain point. I'm kind of curious on the new breakdowns for that, as far as like how much speed you need to make it worthwhile. If it didn't have a cap, it would be a decent defensive layer. Being defensive would be worse than building offensive. And any enemy is dead if they can't kill you. But death effects, which usually kill you through building tanky anyways. Yeah, death effects in this game were ridiculously strong. It seems like, you know, when death effects are like taking out hardcore characters at max life, it's kind of rough because they're built almost purely defensive, right? Let's see here, passives grant. We already read that. Did these. Add a new cluster between witch and monk. Called Remnant Attraction. Oh, that's the extra further away. Yeah, okay. The Grand Tribute notable passive from the Heart of the Well unique jewel has remnants can be allocated from 80% further away if you have at least 100 tribute. Previously 50. Small nodes of passive tree that grant remnant pickup range are now 20% instead of 15%. All this remnant stuff. Let's move down a little bit more on something more interesting to read about. Pure Power notable no longer grants 2% increased lightning damage per 10 intellect. Instead, it now grants 10% increased more maximum lightning damage.
Nerf.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, now there's no reason to even build intellect on Deadeyes or Amazons or anything of that nature. Unless there's a certain support skill that you really need.
They hate stackers in this game, and I don't know why.
I mean, this is their ability to do everything that they want to do in one without major pushback because it's a different game. Most hardcore characters end up having more defensive layers than softcore, but actually end up being mostly offensive because they actually have better chance to survive by killing things in 2. Yeah, I could understand that. But that's what I'm saying. They do have more defensive layers than we have in softcore, and seeing them die at full health to a on death effect, like just one explosion, is really crazy to me. I understand they do a lot of offensive things because they will live longer the less time they have to be attacked. But they are definitely tankier than we are on softcore as well. Like, I don't understand games with on-death effects. Look, you gave them 40% more health. They're tankier. They hit harder. And now, after that big slog to kill them, I have to worry about what they do when they die. I mean, that doesn't really seem like a whole lot of fun. Wildstorm. Right. Oh, look, here's Wildstorm nerf. Wildstorm no longer grants 15% more lightning damage. It instead grants 4% of damage as extra lightning damage, 4% damage is extra cold damage, and 10% to dex. I don't know. It's hard for me to look at that and think that's a buff as well. 15% more maximum for 8% extra of 2 different elements. And then an extra 10 dex. Rename Tandem Assault passive tree node to Hunting Companion with no changes to functionality. Fair. I mean, I'm just going to be honest. They say the base mobs are the ones getting 40% increased health. Elites are all staying the same. Just the fodder. I guarantee you that if your beer is decent, be over killing standard pack mobs by more than 40%. And we probably are killing them by more than 40%. But since 2 has come out, there's always been the joke that white mobs are stronger than the rares and the elites. Like, white mobs are scarier than bosses sometimes in this game. And they're just making them stronger. I know what class were we playing where we were running away from white mobs so we wouldn't die. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. We were getting overrun with them, and then there were billions of them. And they are nerfing it by 40%. So I guess we'll just have to see. There's going to be less of them, but they are going to be stronger. 40%. So instead of 10, you'll have 6. I'm trying to think here. Yeah, that's right. Instead of 10 mobs, you'd have 6 mobs. You know, you have a minute to do your combo, maybe. Oh, all right. We have a lot of changes in the support gems. They changed a bunch of these from strength to dex, from int to dex, crescendo. Disabled the font of rage support gem. Disabled ricochet 3. Oh, here you go. This is your bloodletting lineage support gem. Now grants 2% extra physical damage per 20 life cost. Previously 10 life up to 40. No longer has cost multiplier.
Yeah, that no longer has cost multiplier is also a nerf to it. Like, they really don't like it.
Right, because the more cost that you had was the more regen you were getting out of it, right? Because it would ramp up because you're spending so much, you were getting a lot more regen back.
For me, yes, but in general, it went up per cost of the spell. So it increasing cost, increased damage.
I see. Oh yeah, because it's per life that you spent. So if you were spending 100 life or 1,000 life, then you were doing exponentially more than if you were spending the 10.
Absolutely.
I got you. I really wish they would stop trying to force fighting game combos into an ARPG. All the best builds just keep pressing one button. I agree. That was something that was super painful in point 2 when Amazon released, and we were like having to parry to do this, to do that. That's why Lightning Spear was so like why everyone played Lightning Spear. That's actually the reason why everyone kept playing Deadeye. All you had to do was cast Lightning Arrow. Yeah, sometimes you would throw out lightning rods and stuff, but it was a one button thing ready to go. Let's see here. Zospyre now support skill. Gain 40% fire damage is extra chaos damage. Previously 40. So a lot of these now grant more or double the damage. Ash Radiances. Oh, these are the lineage jewels. Wait, could we always just have one of these? Or is that a new thing?
What, the lineage gems?
Yeah. Maybe these aren't lineage as far as what they are. Because I could have swore I had like more Novos and stuff in the previous ones. Yo, what's going on, Jack? Appreciate the follow. Hope you guys are doing pretty good tonight. Yeah, I just feel like with the one that we were running that flips resistances, I felt like I had it on multiple items instead of one. Maybe that was just me being bad.
Yeah, as far as I know, lineage supports are only on one skill.
All right. I just didn't know if that was something that they just made.
Limiting. PV2 lineage support jobs.
Yeah, because I had Rigwald's Ferocity as a support gem. I thought it was a lineage gem, but maybe it's not. I had it in multiple places, I thought. But anyway, it's getting a buff. Rigwald's Ferocity now does 30% increased attack damage if it used in weapon set 1. It was previously 20%. I think I was using the damage part of it, though. Rether's Assault now grants supported skills. Load 5 bolts when you dodge, previously 3. Supported skill loads 4 additional bolts, previously 4. So that's a buff. Assault now supported skills have 20% increased attack speed as well. So, I mean, that's pretty good for... I think they're trying to buff crossbows. I haven't seen really too many nerfs on crossbows.
No, they're the only ones that really haven't been touched. That and minions are basically untouched.
Yeah, I didn't see nothing here for minions.
I want to play that.
I did see Nova got nerfed. Added Nova projectiles. Causing support gem to gain 6 projectiles, deal 50% less damage, and applying a cooldown of 8%, or 8%. Cooldown time of 8 seconds to support its skill. The first one no longer causes supported. Oh, okay, yeah. Nova projectiles no longer causes supported skill to gain 4 additional projectiles, or supported skill now deals 40% less damage. So you don't even get the extra projectiles on rank 1 now. Wait, what? Hold on. Images. I just want to read it. All right. Yeah, okay. It's the one that allows you to shoot things in a circle. So, tier 1, you no longer get any projectiles, but it doesn't make your things cost any less. So you just shoot whatever you have in a circle. But if you get tier 2, you get 6 projectiles, but they deal 50% less damage. I mean, everyone was using it, so I expected it to be nerfed.
That is a horrible reason to nerf something. Like,
I know it is, but I was expecting it because of it.
I just...
Because see, rank 1 no longer... Rank 1 no longer causes supported skills to gain 4 projectiles, or supported skills deal 40% less damage. So it loses both of them, but tier 2 causes 6 additional projectiles, but they deal 50% less damage. And it's got a cooldown of 8 seconds. So, like, they've completely made it to where Nova Projectiles 2, getting the extra projectiles, is gone, essentially.
So, I am pretty sure I am going to make a druid, I'm going to level through the campaign, and then I'm going to quit the league.
I've heard that a lot.
I don't see any reason to play the endgame again. I didn't like it the first three times. I'm not going to like it this time. I don't see anything exciting in these skills. They've just nerfed everything to oblivion. I don't want to play the same builds again. And yeah, I'll try and call it out. I'll play at my own pace because I'm not going to care about getting endgame quickly because fuck endgame. And yeah, that'll be that.
Well, I agree with you in the sense that chat saying, you know, while I somewhat agree, if something is used in every build, it should be nerfed. Something being good isn't a reason to nerf it. Something being so good it's in every build is a reason, though. If I feel stupid to not use it, that's an issue.
And if everyone says, hey, this is good, for GGG to say, well, fuck you, I don't care, because you liked it, it's gone, fuck them.
Yeah. So my thing with this is...
Maybe the issue with Walker of the Wilds wasn't that it was used in every build, but that it was necessary in so many builds. Maybe you should lower the mana cost on attack builds. Maybe you should make it easier for mana to be gained on attack builds. Maybe Leech should not be only attack damage in the first place. They didn't do anything to fix any of that. They just took away the only tool we had to mitigate it. And that's what they do. Yeah. They're not fixing issues. They're just taking away what tools we currently have.
Right. And so that's what I was going to say to an extent. Like, nerfing things because everyone's using them but we're in early access. We're missing multiple classes. We're missing multiple weapons. We're missing multiple skills. So we're limited as to what we're going to use.
You know, they nerfed Deadeye because everyone was a Deadeye. Why was everyone a Deadeye? Because it had faster movement speed. Did they do anything to increase the movement speed? No, they just nerfed the fuck out of Deadeye. And what's really funny is they didn't even nerf.
They also nerfed movement speed. Yeah, they did.
Not on the Deadeye.
No, okay. So they nerfed movement speed as a whole.
Tree.
Right.
Yes.
You now have to spend more passive points in order to get the same amount of move speed. But they've nerfed Deadeye so much, there's no reason to play Deadeye just for Tailwind like we were before.
Exactly. It's not that they don't understand their player base. They don't care. They want this to be played a certain way, and if you don't like that, you're playing the wrong game in their opinion. And that's fine. I agree. I'm not going to play it.
Right. Yeah, I don't understand nerfing something because everyone's using it. And I do get what you're saying on roll amount.
PoE1, but they don't do that shit in PoE1. They don't just nerf something because everyone's using it. What they do is they change the meta every patch, every league. Not usually a ton, but a little bit. And you usually have skill rotations. And okay, well they found this combination that was really strong. We're gonna bring that back a little bit, and we're gonna buff this. They've buffed nothing.
I haven't seen a buff yet. I mean, okay, I've seen minor buffs, but they had to state that it was a buff.
Yeah, I have to let you know. Like, that's the thing. Like, they're not trying to change the meta. They're just nerfing anything good. And they're not looking at why it's good. Nobody wants to play Lightning Arrow. They play Lightning Arrow because every other combo-based ability is bad.
Exactly. Yeah, the reason we're playing Lightning Arrow is because I want to have the power fantasy of going fast, doing cool things, and blowing up the board. I don't want to have to sit here.
You can't go fast. You can't do cool things. You can still technically blow up the board, but now your damage against bosses is garbage.
Right. Yeah, I've got to put 30 buttons into a combo to like remove the screen. But then when I'm fighting bosses, the way the bosses are set up and their strength at the end of every map now has to be so precise that there's no way that it's super easy to mess up your combos for one. Like you spend all this time setting it up. You've got this narrow window before the cooldowns fall off that you're supposed to use a skill. And then, oh God, I've got to run halfway across the map to get to the circle before I get one-shotted. Oh, look, I lost that damage window. Like, that's not fun. How is that fun for anybody? If you want us to combo, then it shouldn't be 5 or 6 buttons we've got to set up. I wouldn't mind setting up 3-button combos. Maybe 4 on some special payoff. But it feels like I have to spend a minute setting up. Especially in point 2 when I was playing the Amazon. I just spend the first 30 seconds, 40 seconds of a fight setting up to get a payoff that might or might not even deal any damage to the boss. All right. Let's see here. There's something else that I wanted to look at through these that got nerfed. Belinda's propulsion now grants 75% increases and reductions to cast speed. Also apply to projectile speed for supported skill. Was 50%. Now it's 75. Okay. Echoes 3 times instead of 2. Increased area of effect. That's kind of cool. I still don't see any of these that are like, maybe these are worth doing. The ones that give you gain 40% of cold damage as extra chaos damage. Oh, it's just converting all these to chaos damage is all it's doing. That's what I see. I mean, that's kind of neat. The converting 40% of physical damage is extra chaos damage for some classes will be good. Fire to chaos would be good for purple. For purple fire, that'd be cool. I was looking for the ones that we really used. I mean, yeah, a lot of these got used, but Ferocity. I was looking for to see if they nerfed the one that dealt damage that flipped resistances. I can't remember the name of it. It looks like it didn't get touched. Oh, Living Lightning got touched though. Living Lightning's attacks now deal the same amount of damage for each hit in the chain. Previously, erroneous damage, less damage per subsequent hit in the chain. Living Lightning 2 now has a cooldown count of 8. Previously 5. Enraged Warrior, War Cries, and Reforged supports are now treated as Spinning Rage. Upheaval and Branching Fissure supports are no longer restricted to melee attacks. They can now support any skill which creates fissures. I mean, that's a net bonus for, I guess, because of Druid. Impact Shockwave support now actually makes Aftershocks, allowing interaction with Aftershock specific area and damage modifiers. Previously, it was actually a variant of Melee Splash, which did not benefit from those. This also allows a strike to cause both Impact Shockwave, Aftershock, and Melee Splash from the same hit. Impact Shockwave can now cause support non-strike wind attacks. Oh, Impact Shockwaves can now support non-strike wind attacks. I think Tornado might be back on the market. There's a lot of things that are buffing Tornado. And if you go Fire Tornado with Volcanoes and it's doing Aftershocks, that could be a pretty cool build. And yeah, I understand what you're saying. He was saying the same issue with the mount. The mount is so good that every build should use it, but I don't want to use it. Yeah, any build that uses the bow or the spear should use Roa mount. The extra speed and whatnot, even though Roa tries to kill you sometimes, like the amount of speed that it gave you.
I don't know if you've read it yet, but Roa no longer gives you extra speed.
Oh no, it still give you the 80% reduction.
It gives
penalty?
you 100%.
Oh, dude, it's just as good then.
Exactly.
Like it's still worth running on every class that runs bow and spear.
It still is. Read what I sent you.
Do-do-do. Oh, where did this come from?
That's from the patch notes.
Is that what I'm reading now?
I don't know exactly where you are on the patch notes, but...
All right, well, let's move to that real quick, because I want to talk about that.
That's under monster changes.
Yep, item changes. Oh, they hit it at the very bottom. In-game changes. Monster changes. Here we go.
There you go.
Found it. All right. This right here is absolutely silly. I said earlier in the night that GGG wants you to do 20 minutes on the boss fight so you can see the cool attacks that they programmed. And this just furthers my point. Bosses now have anti-burst damage mechanic. Once a boss is finished its emergence or becomes aggroed, the damage reduction period starts counting down. The damage reduction tapers down from full effect to no effect over the course of this duration. For each unit the boss moves from its starting location, the damage reduction will fall off even faster. Bosses which cannot or barely move have a shorter damage reduction duration. So, every boss fight's going to be super long. I don't think any build will be able to burst down at a boss anymore. And probably the best way to kill a boss is to tag it and then run around the arena for 20 minutes and then shoot it.
Assuming they kind of follow PoE 1 in this, PoE 1, one boss, the Shaper, has a 6 to 8 second damage reduction period. So in 6 to 8 seconds, you go from doing basically no damage to doing full damage.
Now, is this emergence going to count for each phase that it does? You know what I'm saying? Like when they phase
They have
out,
that
they go do
usually
other
built
things,
into
and then
it.
they phase back in.
They
'Cause, I
usually
mean,
have
they
the,
already
like,
have a
vulnerability
stop.
built in, so yeah, I don't think so,
Yeah.
but they just don't want you killing it instantly.
Yeah, but I mean, most
it
bosses.
hurts
Okay,
my
there was a few
soul.
bosses that we could kill instantly, but there's most of the bosses. They would go immune for 45 seconds, beat you around, do all their cool abilities, and then you could do damage to them, or they would die, or whatever. The boss in Act 1 does it. The boss in Act 2 does it before he cuts the stage. If you do too much damage to him, he'll still sit there and do all his bullshit before he cuts the stage.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's a lot of other bosses that do it. That was just 2 examples that I knew like right off the top. Improve the visibility of explosive fungus encounter in the Grim Triangle. The Grim Tangle. Improve the mid-fight phase change sequence. For the final boss of Act 2. All right. I wonder if they got rid of the invulnerability thing we were just talking about. Probably not. Improve the first phase change sequence of the final boss in Act 4. Improve the behavior of the Great White One boss, which is the big... what is it? The Isle of Ken or something? The big shark. That's what it is. Shark. Made various improvements to rogue exile behavior. I mean, I guess that's fine. Re-enable the following rogue exiles. So they brought back all the rogue exiles, it looks like. Cool. The Blind Beast and the Isle of Ken. Okay. Now drops a blank greater rune. This can be exchanged with Danning and King's March for a greater rune of your choosing from a selection. The Blind Beast no longer drops Bile Soaked Tome. Instead, Dark Mist Quest now grants the Mist Shrouded Tome, which grants 2 weapon set passive skill points in addition to its existing reward, an uncut gem and gold. Orthos Arena, you can open a portal now after he's been defeated. Lightning Barrage skill should no longer hit with 9 projectiles at point blank range. Yeah, I'm still really worried about this anti-burst damage thing. Like, what's the point of even, like, gearing up my character to the max if I still can't one-shot bosses? Like, I want that power fantasy of exploding things. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Sackable items will no longer be merged into existing item stacks when control collecting items into the Merchants tab. Okay. Added a quick search feature to the stat filters in the trade market. That's cool. I guess if you're only looking for like one stat, maybe? I don't know. Maybe you can use it for multiple stats. We'll see. Oh, they also bound being able to see the rares on a map now to checkpoints. We got different micro transactions from PoE 1 to PoE 2. Cool. So that was bug changes. We're not going to go over all the item changes. There's way too many of those. The big thing that I want to talk about with the item changes is this stuff here. All of our cool runes that we're using are now limited to 1. So the archery rune, where we got multiple projectiles, we can get 1 extra projectile using it. The attack speed rune is 1 as well, and the movement speed rune is 1 as well. Looks like all of the extra runes, like this one gave you extra chaos damage. No one actually used very many of them, so it's 1. Looks like soul cores are also being limited to 1 as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so no more soul core stacking for max
Nope.
anything.
Like I said, every single build got nerfed. And I don't know why.
Modifiers, the attacks fire extra additional arrows on bows have been disabled. A new modifier has been added to bows. %X or plus X percentage surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow. So what is surpassing chance? Does that mean 1 out of what, 10 arrows might fire an extra one? That's upsetting. Oh, I see. Of surplus, so you get a 25 to 50% chance to fire an additional arrow. Of splintering, 75 to 100%. Of shards, 125% to 150%. And then of many, 175 to 200%. Why do I need 200% to fire an additional arrow? Is that going to give me extra arrows? Like, wouldn't 100% mean that I got an extra arrow every time?
You're asking too many questions.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand what a surpassing chance is. I don't think I've ever seen that in any sort of patch notes. So, I mean, with taking out a lot of these cores and a lot of these items, I mean, they're not going to be as expensive as they were. They're definitely not as good as they were now. Where is the other change? Spell damage, specific damage types, and damage is elemental or damage is extra elemental damage mods on staves are 30% stronger on average. Existing items can be updated using a divine orb. Well, I mean, of course. That's what divine orbs do. They reroll stats. I'm not 100% sure why they stated that. Spell damage with costs that cost life. Desecrated mod on staves now rolls 121 to 154, previously 91 to 116. Foci can no longer roll the top 2 tiers of spell damage and specific damage modifiers. So they nerf Foci as well. And then made it to where the best thing you can get on Foci is a tier 3.
That's awful.
I mean, some of the weapons got buffed a little bit. Looks like some of them got nerfed as well. And then it looks like all the plus to skills got nerfed. Oh, and they also made it that, here it is. Check this out, guys. Perfect Essence of Battle now grants +3 to level on all attack skills on one-handed melee weapons and bows from +4. But here's the big thing. Like, I don't really care that we're getting +3 instead of +4 for free. It's whatever. But now when you Divine Orb, it can make the item worse. So it'll never be a +4, but it can go down to a +1 or a +2 after you Divine. So you'll have to Divine before you add your, if you're going to add your essences, you'll have to Divine before you add the essences. And then really, we're just back to gambling for this. I think Chaos Orbs this season are going to be worth more than they've been worth the last 3 leagues. This menace over here is so cute when he's sleeping. I just gotta show him off a little bit. Oh, you're not supposed to wake up. You're supposed to stay cute. They're red boy. All right, all right. Let's see here. What else do we want to look at? Yeah, it looks like a lot of these are getting nerfed. Perfect Essences, Sorcery. Okay, Essence of Sorcery got updated. Increased spell damage from 110 to 129 to 149 to 188. All right, so they did buff the lesser spell damage once. They all got a pretty nice buff. They essentially do what the next tier did. And then the highest tier got a bigger buff. Do we have traps yet?
I don't believe so.
It still kills me that we have trap steal 10 to 8 reduced damage, previously 15 to 12. Like, I don't. What are traps in this game?
I don't think there are traps in this game yet.
And why would they be? Okay. I think there are in.
Oh,
Beer might have
no.
one?
There, it's a relic, so they're talking about the Sanctum
Oh,
traps, the
okay,
Secumus
never
traps.
mind. Never mind. Okay, that's fine. It's whatever.
You silly tart.
Yep. Sorry, I'm just like flipping through this. I'm just getting sad. I was super hyped up for this too, and then I started going through the patch notes, and I'm just getting more and more beat down as I look through this stuff.
Yeah, and there's really not much point to.
Okay,
doing it.
skill changes. Frozen Mandibles monsters can go once again no longer be bound by a specter or a tame beast. Oh, okay. The frozen mandible monsters can once again no longer be bound as a specter or a tame beast. Buff summon specter variants to certain monsters in each act and their in-game variants. Further details on which monsters have been adjusted will be posted separately prior to release. Palm skill movement has been adjusted to reduce cases in which the player successfully loses the skill but fails to hit the enemy after dashing. Ice fragments. such as created with escape shot or ice tipped arrows, are now only able to hit each enemy once per group of fragments created. Oh, so fragments even got nerfed. Okay. The per target hit limits on Firestorm, Ice Storm, Rain of Arrows, and Hailstorm rounds are now displayed. Whirlwind now takes on elements from overlapping allied elemental ground for 8 seconds, previously 4. That's cool. The wind type of the following skills. Oh, added wind to the following skills. Twister, Whirling Slash, all the wind stuff. Tornado, Tornado Shot. Projectiles created from Staggering Palm. Fix the following skills, having modifiable limits that were not described in limits. Frozen Locust, Earthquake, Earth Shatter, Shield Wall. These skills can now be supported by Overabundance. Invocation cooldown on skills now have a 0.2 second cooldown. Wind Blast is now offered as tier 3 skill gem. Ice Tipped Arrows is now offered as a tier 5 skill. Ancestral Call. Volcanic Eruption now deals 165 to 211 attack damage, previously 82 to 105. So I got a pretty big buff. At gym levels 13 to 200, or to 20, sorry. Now triggers Volcanic Step every 1.2 meters previously on footsteps. So then it got nerfed. A little more damage, doesn't happen as often. That explains it. So I don't know if it evens out in the end though. No longer has 20% less totem speed. Arc. Oh. You say they hurt Arc pretty bad?
Yeah.
Arc
Yeah,
now
it
has a
went from
50% increased shock magnitude instead of 50% more magnitude of shock inflicted. Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yep. It looks like Arctic Armor also got touched. Armor Breaker does a little bit more damage. Ball Lightning. Do people still use Ball Lightning? Probably not after this.
Was anyone using Arctic Armor for the damage?
No, I think we're using it for the defensive.
Yeah.
I mean, Comet, Fire Infused Comet got a buff. It now deals double the damage that it did prior. So, unless they've really messed up Crit Comet, that might be a build again. Barrier Invocation is now 30 Spirit, previously 60. Cast on Minion Death is 30 Spirit and was 60. Christian,
Apparently, Arctic Armor never gave defense.
Oh. Then I don't know why we used it. I thought we used it, didn't we?
No, it causes a burst of ice that uses cold spells. I don't think we ever used this.
Oh. Well, then I don't know why it was touched.
I can't figure out why you would use this. Low damage. I just don't understand why anyone would use this. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't know. But, yeah. And it's a spirit skill. You need 30 spirit for this. Nobody was using this.
Oh, yeah. Then no one was using it if it cost spirit. You're right. You're right. Elemental Conflux is now 60 spirit. It was 100. Elemental Invocation now has 25 to 68 increased energy gained at gym level 8 to 20. Previously, it was 12 to 57%. So that's all right. That's a net buff on that. Electrocuting Arrow now has attack speed of 110% of base speed, previously 80. Now deals 114 to 250 of attack damage, previously 124 to 281. Levels 5 to 20. Projectile now converts 80% of physical damage to lightning damage, previously 50. So the damage that they took off of it, they added to the conversion from physical to lightning. And made it attack a little bit faster. Escape shot. Fragments still less damage now. Less fragments produced. And then the fragments that are produced no longer actually hit multiples. Because before, if you made 3 fragments and a monster walked over it and they exploded, he'd get hit by all 3 fragments that he was in range of. But now they've changed it to where if those 3 fragments explode and he get hit by one of them, he doesn't get hit by the rest of them. That's pretty rough. Just a second. I missed what that was. Oh, stupid phone. It looked like hydrate. Thinking that's what it was. Yeah. What up, Cog? I apologize, buddy. No, I really haven't been. We've just been crying. No trying, just crying. Oh. I don't know what Frozen Locust is. I don't think it was ever really used.
Well, ice wasn't really used, so all of these
Right.
ice-related things weren't really used because it wasn't better than lightning. Or at least even comparable to lightning.
Ghost Dance now has a maximum of 3 ghost shards at all levels. Previously, it was 3 to 5. Duration between gaining ghost shrouds is now 7.6 to 6.1 seconds. Previously, it was 3.85 to 3 seconds. At gym levels 4 to 20.
So that's just been
quality.
coded.
Yeah, quality now instead provides 0 to 20% increased reservation efficiency.
That's so bad.
They basically added another 3-second cooldown on Ghost Dance.
Plus, you get less of them, so you can't.
Plus, you get less of them.
It's just
right.
it's a 50% nerf like multiple times across the skill.
Yep, but you know what's bad? Ghost Dance will still get used on any class that uses Energy Shield.
Well, yeah, because it's still better than what we got, which is nothing.
Right. Yep.
They
it looks
attacked
like
damage, they attacked defense, they attacked movement speed, they attacked any inkling of fun that anyone had over the last patch.
Yeah, 100%.
A loss.
I'm telling you. People were saying that this is as bad as 0.2, and I'm starting to believe it.
Yeah, no, it definitely is.
Herald of Thunder now has the attack druid of 40 to 122%. Previously, it was 47 to 143%.
Yep.
So, I mean, it got a 10% nerf. 7% nerf.
Much.
which is fine. It's still super strong. It'll still get used.
Well, the high end got a 23% nerf. Or 21% nerf, rather.
Well,
So
what I was
it's
saying was
bad.
it got like a 10% nerf overall.
It ain't good.
Or 7% nerf overall or whatever. Yep. I agree. Hexblast got a buff. Now has a maximum of 10 explosions per cast. It was previously 3. Ice Shot now converts 80% of damage to cold. It was previously 7. And then the Cone Eagle is increased by 50%. Yeah, but you nerf fragments. So it's really like I was excited about Ice Shot. What was it? Was it last season that I wanted to play Ice and then ended up going Lightning anyway?
Yeah.
I think it was.
Yeah, it was
Killing
last
Palm.
league. You want to do Ice, and then you went, this is awful, and I'm not going to do Ice.
Right.
What
Yeah,
about
'cause I mean
fragments? What?
Where?
You said that fragments? Oh, Ice.
Oh, yeah, I was reading Ice Fragments exploding radius is like 1.8. But yeah, okay, with fragment changes and stuff, Ice still isn't really worth it. Because like we were going to get extra damage with the fragments, but then they've decided that there's no extra damage for having multiple fragments. Because it's for the production. So you got to cast each spell you cast to get other fragments. You only get 1 hit where you were going to get like 3 hits out of it. You know what I'm saying? So if it felt bad when it multi-hit, it's going to feel fuck me. It's going to feel real bad if we only get a single hit as well. It's going to feel worse, rather. Because they also take time to explode. Oh, here we go. Lightning Arrow no longer bypasses the charge up time on Lightning Rod's burst. Instead, the burst caused by Lightning Arrow can occur every 0.1 seconds. Projectiles now converts 80% of physical speed, previously 40%. And the beam converts 100% physical damage to lightning damage. It was previously 80. Okay, so
Yeah.
Lightning Arrow.
So clear is still fine, but the burst with rods is basically dead.
Right. So Lightning Arrow is still going to be valuable or be viable for mapping.
Yes.
But it's not going to be viable per se for bossing.
It's going to be
the same
way
extent that it
less.
was. Right.
Yeah, it's going to be way worse. It's still going to kill bosses, but it's not going to kill them in a second anymore.
No. Especially not with the nerf to the extra
Lightning Rod
DR
nerf as well.
Right. Yeah, I haven't even gotten to the
You've
lightning
got
rod.
less active lightning rods up. You've got
here it is.
Not ignoring the charge, and it's bad all around.
Lightning Conduit now provides 10% more damage per hits, per 5% shock effect on enemies, previously 20. Quality now provides 20% more lightning damage instead of 0.5% more damage with hits per 5% shock effect. Huh? Oh, I see. So we were getting 25%. And now we're only getting 20%.
Actually, the quality was more damage with hits per 5% shock effect on enemy.
Oh,
So
it was getting
actually
20% more, so it was
that.
100% more. Yeah. I was doing 5 and 5
nerfed
together
it as well. Everything about this sucks.
Lightning Conduit was doing a boatload. Well, I mean, we knew that they were coming for all the lightning abilities. We knew that was happening.
But they didn't really buff the other abilities.
Right. If anything, all the other abilities got nerfed as well. Except for crossbow abilities. Let's see, Living Bomb now deals 30 or 21 to 30 fire damage at gem level 3. Previously 18 to 28, scaling to 481 to 721 fire damage at gem levels 20. Previously 304 to 510. All right.
The only two grenade skills to get touched were Oil and Voltaic, and they both got buffed. So grenades as a whole are as strong as they were last league, which was strong. Huh. God damn it.
I think you were an Ice Deadeye for like 30 seconds. Oh no, I did Ice Deadeye until I was in mapping.
45
I did it.
seconds.
I did the whole campaign and I mapped with Ice Deadeye and it felt awful. Lightning was just better. And I enjoyed the Ice Sork. The Ice Sork was a lot of fun running on ailment and on crit. What was it? Ice. I can't even remember the spell that I used. Was it Frostbolt? It was Frost something. But I mean, this right here just kills anything that you want to do with ice. Ice fragments created by skills such as escape shot or from ice tipped arrows now are only able to hit each enemy once per group of fragments created. And it sucked with being able to hit with the 4 fragments that were created. And now it's going to suck even more with just getting 1 fragment hit. All right, where were we at? We're right here. Magnetic Salvo. Explosion now converts 100% of physical to lightning damage, previously 40. So Salvo got a burst, a buff. Mana Tempest now has the effect of Mana Tempest lingers for 2 seconds after leaving the Tempest. Oil Grenade cooldown is 4 seconds, previously 5. Oil and Oil ground duration is now 6 instead of 5. Perfect Strike got a 30% increase of attack damage. Permafrost Bolts. Oh, that's more crossbow stuff. Now as projectiles pierce 2 targets at gem level 1, scaling to pierce 5 targets at gem level 24. Base projectile speed has been increased by 50%. Now equal magnitude of chill inflicted as freeze buildup. Plasma Blast as 50% increased magnitude is inflicting shock and more magnitude of shock inflicted. I mean, look guys, if you're really going to play this, it's looking like crossbow is going to be the way. Primal Strike's final strike now is 20%. Plus 20 to melee strike range was 5. Final Strike now inflicts elemental exposure on hit, lowering total elemental resistances by 50 instead of 20. That's actually pretty cool. Rain of Arrows now only consumes 1 frenzy charge to deal 93 to 181% of attack damage, previously 88 to 132, at gym levels 9 to 20. Now fires 150% more arrows if a frenzy charge was consumed, was 100%. Remove fires 50% more arrows per frenzy charge consumed. Oh, so it does less now. It does a little bit more damage, but it does a lot less as far as the amount of arrows that gets fired. Because you were getting 250% arrows if you had 3 charges, and now you only get 150%. Which, I mean, it's doing more per charge. But really, I don't feel like it was that hard to get frenzy or endurance charges for whatever you were doing. Let's see here. Raised Zombie, Empowered Zombie now deals 122 to 253 more damage with hits at gym levels 5 to 20. Previously 100%. So Raised Zombie or Empowered Zombie got a buff. My 100% Mom Chrono Recoup build got a buff. Hell yeah. Was that a build that you would use to just freeze everything on the screen? I'm not 100% sure how that build works. No, it's an Archmage mana stacker. Oh, okay. I'm surprised that they didn't nerf the shit out of mana stacking too. They've touched everything else.
Because mana stacking got nerfed 2 patches ago when they nerfed Archmage. Yeah. Hardly anyone played Archmage until you... Nobody played Archmage unless you had tons of currency, because it was completely useless until you got really strong.
I see.
Suddenly I see.
That's not cool. Once I got stun locked inside King of the Mist Tornado because I couldn't die. It's ridiculous. As my stun threshold is 0 because I have 0 energy shield and 1 life. That is wait, hold on. How are you unkillable at 0 energy shield and 1 life? Oh, because your life is mana. Never mind. Now I completely forgot about that point. Yeah, that makes 100% sense. So, I mean, that build will still be good. All right, so this row amount right here, nerf, really isn't all that bad. No longer increases your movement speed. Yeah, okay, I'm fine with that. But now, 100% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills while mounted. So the 20% movement speed that we got, that they took rid of here, is now just fine because we were basically doing minus 20% movement speed anyway. So I don't actually think row amount got a huge nerf here. I don't really see it as a nerf at all, if I'm going to be completely honest. More like a side grade.
It'll probably still be about as be about as strong. Possibly a little bit stronger, but about as strong.
I mean, removing the penalty by 100%.
Because you're losing X amount of movement speed, but you're gaining 20% movement speed because you're not getting 20% slowed.
Right.
So,
and I mean, the way they did it earlier was it was still 100% essentially, but they took the 20%, or they gave us 20% of the previous 80, right? So now they've just moved it from the penalty and then removed the, or they added it to the reduced movement speed penalty instead of the movement speed. Unless it got calculated differently, I don't see this as like a nerf.
No, compared to everything else, that really isn't that bad, if anything.
Oh, yeah, that's probably the worst part, Squid, is all of the item changes that they made where everything is down to 1 right here. Chase, I think that's the movement speed 1 you get 1 of. The attack speed 1 is now 1. The extra projectile on bows is now 1. All of them are 1. Also, the cool soul cores that we like to stack are all 1 as well.
They're not. They're idols now.
Augments.
No.
Oh,
the
yeah.
ones that
Okay.
are
The
listed 1 are
existing
idols.
augment talismans have been renamed to idols. I see it now. Yeah, I mean, that's freaking awful. They got rid of so much power and whatnot. And then they're like, well, we didn't really like homogenizing because it gave you too much power. But they removed so much power that we're back to gambling for gear. It's no longer deterministic. And then they've nerfed 90% of these abilities that we've gone through tonight. There's a couple that have gotten buffs, but realistically, they've buffed some skills, but they nerfed the things that went with it. This still makes the skill not worth even using. As I do mine over matter node because it's 50% less mana recovery rate. Sucks. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, you did get nerfed a little bit. Because like you're saying, you were stacking the willpower rune, and now you're not going to be able to.
Delirium no longer
shot
has the
trainer.
reward bar indicator. Instead, Delirium monsters have a chance to drop liquid emotions. Oh.
Well, we'll see more emotions, but it won't be a guaranteed
all of
emotion
that.
drop.
I hate all of that. Ah.
No, I didn't, because Cloak of Defiance went from 30% damage taken to 50%. Oh, I see. Which with a unique corrupt 1.22x is 61%, which is a net positive. Okay, I see. Yeah. I'm surprised people are going to be running Cloak of Defiance now. Volcanic Fissures got a buff. Yeah, I mean, Druid's gonna be the way. I might go Oracle for all the extra passive points. I was just gonna do Deadeye again, but just for league start to like make some currency and get through some stuff, it just looks like it's gonna be painful now. It also has 100% mana regen, big buffs. Yeah, that's definitely a big buff. Especially since, like, with them making it to where a lot of these jewels or idols now are 1 or limited to 1, it makes to where the double socket and 3 socket boots or gloves or helmet, the exceptional gear, worse, essentially. Exceptional socketed gear will still be good, but it won't be as good as it was. It'll be good defensively, but not necessarily offensively, because we can still put iron runes in everything and call it good, or whatever elemental res that we need or whatever, but we won't be getting the amount of power out of it that we got before. Did they do rune or the spring rune? They gave 1 to 60 lightning damage the same way. I'm pretty sure they did. It looks like they nailed all of these. I don't know if it was rune or spring, but yeah, this one's limited to 1. Rune is spinning. Yeah, okay, so they're all 1. Well, the good news is we're still able to change our ascendancy by doing Sechamus or something again. Or yeah, by doing the Trial of Sechamus again. So if Oracle turns out being bad, then I'll always be able to change to something else. Shaman actually looks really cool as well. I just don't know about the combos that they're going to force us to do any damage. I mean, that's kind of like the issue of what I worry about as far as going with Shaman. And I mean, I'll probably run into the same problem with Oracle, but the extra 130 passive points seems like you could do something with it. All right. Let's go back up here to where we were. We were at row amount. Here we go. Sack, Skeleton Reaver, blah, blah, blah. All right. So shock chain arrow now no longer produces a chain, but then uses the shock to produce a chain, which then creates a lightning rod in the ground near its last target after its final chain. That's kind of neat. But I don't like the fact that it consumes your shock. I mean, that's what, 20% damage unless they've nerfed shock. I was about to say that Snipe got buffed, but it looks like it's an overall nerf with them taking out the heavy blast and heavy stun interaction from the skill. Spiral volley got a buff. Wasn't there a spiral volley snipe build that we were looking at? That was poison or bleed based. That was pretty good last season.
Really curious what Zizerna said about this, because he's such a fucking glazer for GGG. I wonder how he spins this as being all good.
Spiral Volley's been good since point 1. Well, it looks like it just got a little bit better. Although, there's not as many projectiles that Deadeye can get now. And Nova projectiles is a big nerf. Yeah, and Lightning Arrow overall, as it being by itself, is fine. It actually kind of got a buff. Now, its interaction with Lightning Rod is not a buff. But as far as its clear speed goes, it gets 80% physical damage, previously 40. And then now beam converts 100 instead of 80. So like the skill by itself is a buff, but its interaction with everything else is a net minus. You don't stack projectiles on volley. You only care about frenzy charge generation. Yeah. I think you run the notable that allows you to change your endurance charges into frenzy charges. I think it's endurance. What's the other one? Power? Yeah, so it's endurance that changes it to frenzy. And so that actually still might be the build. What did we miss? All right, Spiral Volley. Yeah, buff. Sarin Palm. Not only starts decreasing after the first projectile has been generated. Primed enemy is stunned or killed, and you were dashing to them. Now quick dashes and strikes additional valid targets. That's kind of neat. Stormcaller arrow kind of got a buff here as well. We get an extra 40% on the damage, and then it now does 50% more damage to shocked enemies. And then bolt converts 100% physical to lightning damage, previously 80.
So you know the Foulborn mechanic we just had in PoE 1?
Yeah.
That's basically what the new league mechanic is in PoE 2. You take a unique, it takes a random stat away, a random line, a random mod, and gives you a set mod.
Interesting.
So you can take away, on some uniques, if you happen to get lucky and you get the negative removed, that turns into a much better item.
Right. You'll have items that
So-
go from 1 chaos or 1 exalt to being 300 div.
Yeah. And we're gonna see some interesting uniques, but I don't know if that's enough to make me care. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I really feel about this. Tempest Bell got a buff, so that's cool. It looks like Toxic Domain might have got a buff. Yes. Toxic Growth. Now fires 4 pustules instead of 8. Limit is 12. Now is 100% of base attack speed, previously 80. Bolting Impact was Vine Arrow. Looks like it's got a +1 to limits of plants now. Fissure got a buff, which we figured because it's a Druid skill are going to be intertwined with Druid. Voltaic Grenade. Yeah, they definitely buffed mercenaries a lot here for as far as their crossbow skills go. I mean, crossbow really might be the way. I think you can only do it on the Val uniques. Yeah, I think you're right. But some of those Val uniques are going to be worth a lot. But you won't get like Invictus or some of the other items through Val, I don't think. The ones that are based, like you won't get an Ingenuity because it's from the Breach boss and stuff of that nature, I think. But I could be wrong. I haven't actually looked at that just yet. Item changes. Okay, here's... it looks like Invictus got an armor buff. I think Cloak of Defiance. Oh yeah, here we go. Cloak of Defiance now does 50 to 100% increased mana regeneration rate. Previously 50. And then Cloak of Defiance now has 50% of damage taken from mana before life. Previously 30. So that's pretty good. I mean, maybe some of these uniques are going to be worth having, but the issue I have with uniques, as far as like crafting and stuff goes, none of the uniques are really worth anything. Like, there's a couple, like a handful, that are really worth having. I hope this Val actually makes it better. But a lot of times we see them and then we just melt them for chaos shards. So we'll see. All right, so we've gone through all of this and all of that. They've buffed some items, but also made it to where, like, Foci got nerfed. The highest tier of spell damage or specific damage modifiers is only tier 3 now. So you'd probably still be better off just hitting them with a focus and praying. Not a focus, essence. All the spears got changed by a little bit. We already went over this, where divine orbs can make your essences of battle worse. So you definitely want to divine before you use your essences.
Oh my god.
What's up, buddy?
Um, so apparently, I don't even.
Listening. Or is it something you don't want to say on stream?
What do you know about Aziri?
I know nothing of Aziri. I didn't look at 1 that much. Was she in 1?
Yeah. Well, I don't think so.
It took me 30 hours to get through the campaign in one, and I still have no idea what the lore was.
Hold on. Oh yeah, no, Queen Sarah. Yeah, she is absolutely in one. My head is all over the place right now. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, I sent you something.
Okay.
What do you know about Ziri now?
Oh, I see.
And there was concern because in the video, it was different than that, but it's not been changed. We can rest easy.
She still got the udders. I see.
People were laughing because the Ziri League is about double corrupting your chest.
Yeah. We need to look at that as well. New content. Abyss mechanics we know is going away. Ascendancy changes we went through. Passive tree stuff. Excuse me. We went through some of the gem changes as well. You know what? I think Amazon Tornado still might be good with being able to put the impact shockwaves on the wind attacks. I think Elemental Druid might be fun with tornadoes and volcanoes and different things, because it'll be just like playing D2 Druid. Aziri's in 1. She's one of the most annoying in-game bosses because she can reflect basically all damage types. You need reflect immunity to fight her, which is very hard to get. I don't think I've seen any reflect immunity the entire time I played 1.
No, you have to be looking for it. It's not something you get.
Okay.
And it's hard, usually with the reflect, it's like, oh, well, just don't attack during that time. With her, it's very hard to tell when that happens, and you do so much damage that it doesn't. If you miss it by a millisecond, you're dead.
I see.
I killed her. Remember, last league I killed her, but it took me like 7 portals, and it's because I would go in, I'd hit her, I'd die. I'd go in, I'd hit her, she'd lose a quarter of her life, and I'd die.
Jesus. I do think out of them, Wolf looks cool, even though it looks like it's a lot to like keep up, and the bossing damage of it's pretty bad.
I don't know that it's. The thing is, I don't know how these abilities scale and whatnot. What they show us is a very low level example of it, so that they can show off all the skills and not how powerful they are. So I don't know how it scales. It might be really good and really fun. I like pets. Maybe the pets are really good. Maybe it's worth doing all that to get the pets out. I don't know.
I mean, at that point, I think witch would be fun, like a witch wolf with skeletons.
Maybe.
Let's see here. And then, I mean, the bear looks cool with the walking calamity and being able to like slam as you walk through and stuff. Being able to take other war cries from other classes would be cool. Like you can use the warrior's combustion to make things explode and whatnot. You can probably also run Herald of Fire or Herald of Ash, I think it's called. Get a little bit more clear out, but heralds don't help on bosses, so it's kind of like whatever.
So you'll be able to double corrupt spell jewels now as well. spell gems, jewels. I don't know what the fuck. Yeah, gems still. Yeah, gems. And you can get like cool effects on the skills.
Right.
So that's interesting. Now, from me, having never fucking gotten a level 20 skill gem yet in PoE 2, I don't know how much of a value that is, but...
Well, I don't know. Let's see if they fix the bug. So before, you could take a level 17 skill gem and corrupt it for +1, and then upgrade it with a 20. We bought some 20s last season, and I think they were like 2 div a piece.
Yeah.
Like, I was full 20'd out, but I was looking for 21s. But let's see if they fix the bug to where you could do that. Controller metamorphosis, soul cores were not removed. Fix a bug, life flask, bow flask. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I actually don't see the bug to upgrading your gem, so you'll probably still be able to do that. I mean, as dreadful as all of this looks, I'm still going to play at least a character and try to figure out what we can do and whatnot. Okay. I was looking for the valve changes. Kneel before your queen. I mean, she's only got one set here on this picture.
Yeah, she gets a second set from corrupting herself or something.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that's that. Let's go home and look for Last of the Druids, blah, 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 blah. Kneel before your queen. Do we not have a vow? Whatever. Is all the league mechanics going to be hidden from us?
Probably. I think even Ziz is like, so they lowered pack size, and apparently they got a lot of positive feedback saying that they wanted that lowered pack size throughout the entire end game, and I'm really surprised about that because no one says that ever.
Yeah, everyone wants more pack size, not stronger monsters.
I don't understand.
Oh, okay. I see. I'm not really excited about the building my own dungeon.
No, it sounds awful.
Now, there is a sense of building my own dungeon would be nice if it stays the way that it is, and I get to run the same thing over and over and over. I mean, I might be okay with that.
So from what I understand, and again, I don't think any of this is set in stone at this point, but if you don't kill the boss, the dungeon doesn't change. If you kill the boss, the dungeon basically resets and you gotta build it again. But I don't know
Val
what
allows
that
players
means.
to build their own Val temple with the ability to move rooms and pass positioning. The layout exactly as you wish before running the temple for the exclusive rewards. Consoles allow you to sacrifice nearby monsters to empower the console. Interacting with the console will allow you to enter the temple and place 6 of the rooms and perhaps in any area of the temple and layout that you wish. Once you place your rooms, you can run the current temple. By linking rooms together, you can level specific rooms up in tiers and connect pathways to reach the architect, which is a room visible from the beginning. Rooms with highlighted in green that can place to be upgraded the tier from another room. You can also place specific rooms together to create combinations and boost their difficulty and rewards. Be careful, upgrading rooms makes them stronger. Some of them put a global modifier on everything. Reaching the architect is important to allow you to open the portals of the final boss fight, Aziri, the Red Queen. Aziri was the final boss, queen of the Vow, before it fell of their civilization as a result of the cataclysm. Travel back in time. Defeat her. Defeating this new pinnacle boss may yield powerful new rewards. The temple will offer brand new rewards that cannot be attained anywhere else, such as Tier 3 room, Locus of Corruption, which allows you to corrupt a pre-corrupted item in an attempt to obtain an additional corruption enchantment modifier, but beware, powerful rewards come with a price. Double corrupting an item may destroy it instead. That's nothing new. Out of thousands of items that I've recombobulated, I've gotten 2 of them. So I'm so used to just sending shit right through the grinder. What was it? It was 25 div that one night that I just melted. And then the other night, it was like 30 div that I just melted, hitting it with a corruption. I think there was a night that we did a 300 div bow that we turned to garbage. So, you know, we like gambling. That's why I'm so sad they're getting rid of homogenizing Omen. I know it was strong, but man, did it make crafting feel really good. More exclusive rewards. You better reach the final chamber. You have the opportunity to face Aziri, the legendary Queen of All. Aziri's rule. Mirror of Refraction. Okay.
And this is why I don't trust him. He just said, Pathfinder, Deadeye got some nerfs. That's his summation of what happened to Deadeye. Like, no, Deadeye did not just get some nerfs. It got stomped into the ground and then run over with a tractor.
It's not even that Deadeye just got a couple of nerfs. It got a shitload of nerfs, and then things that weren't even pertaining to Deadeye got nerfed that Deadeye used.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, Deadeye got nerfed on 3 fronts versus just nerfing Deadeye. Which, I mean, we knew Deadeye was strong. But they're kind of treating Deadeye like they did Arc and Archmage. Because those two, that one patch got nerfed into oblivion where no one would play it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm starting to freeze. I need to get a fire going. I let it go out. And it's like 20 degrees outside. Makes it really worse is unfortunately my room is insulated in bubble wrap essentially. And that's it. But without a good healthy fire going, it gets cold in here pretty quick.
Okay. So shock itself did not get nerfed, but every ability that applies shock got nerfed, including how they apply the shock. So you're just
Right.
going to get significantly less shock across the board, which nerfs shock and nerfs all lightning abilities. Got it.
Right. Yeah, then I got a big nerf. There's no way to get around it. Anyone that says it didn't get nerfed is blowing GGG. Still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I had to bring in a bunch of wood. All right. Sorry about that. We are back. I'll have to get up in a second. Yeah, okay. So I didn't see... I didn't see anything special when I was looking at what they're going to allow us to corrupt. So here, that's the incursion thing. Okay. Oh, here we go. Double correction altar. The focus of corruption is just one of the many rooms that you can offer exclusive rewards. Another example is the Val Flesh Surgeon that can be found to apply modifiers to your limbs. But this, nothing comes for free. Dying with active modifiers on your limbs will remove them, and you'll need to book in a new trip to the surgeon for more work. Oh. What? Double corrupt your gems with the right thing. So they brought in the same thing, or the same limb thing that we had in Keepers of the Flame for 1. Is that what I'm reading here, essentially? It's just a passive buff when you die to not being able to see, you just lose it. Gotta go find this bullshit again.
What are we talking about?
The surgeon buff.
Yeah, the replace your limbs and shit. Yeah, you die, you lose it. You gotta go do it again.
Okay. The surgeon buff just feels like another nerf.
Yep.
Because you can only do it in a certain room. If I'm looking at that right. The fate of Val, the great peganing. That's kind of what it feels like after reading through all these patch notes and going through everything today. Let's look at the Fate of Val trailer real quick.
The palace of Queen Atziri. It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn.
Yeah, I really wish they would show us some of these abilities at higher levels, so I could get a grasp on how things feel.
Chance to save the Val. A gateway through time.
And I wonder if this incursion, if we're not limited by time like we are in 1, it might feel better. Like that time limit makes it feel worse than anything.
Alter the temple. Uncover its secrets. You will be rewarded for your sacrifice. And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits. I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do. It adores me. Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
Wild. I still can't say that I'm not excited to play.
Hi,
Because I like
Druids,
PoE too.
Game director on Path of Exile. In the Fate of the Val League, you will find remnants of the ancient Val civilization.
This just made me
scattered
want to play
throughout
PoE 1
Redwoods.
again.
They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely.
Well, I kind of got left in 1. Like I was kind of enjoying it,
Amount of power, but not enough
but then
to
I was
fully
all
activate
alone, so I wasn't enjoying it
It
anymore.
seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices.
Yeah,
Sacrifice the
that
monsters
tends
you
to
find
be how it
to fully
goes.
activate one. But things don't always
Or
go to
2,
plan.
I enjoy
These
playing
devices are
solo.
old and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Val may emerge.
I don't know
and
if you'll enjoy it
sometimes
as much
even
when you
stronger
can't make your
foes.
items the way you want to.
On fully activating one of the devices,
Yep, that's
you
kinda what I'm
finally
worried
discover
about.
Its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple.
I watched one
Once the
guy
home
who's
of
like,
Axiom.
they don't seem to have a lot of content this patch. If you look at the game up, the new reveal screenshot, it's like the Druid and 2 new ascendancies. Well, yeah, because you released the Druid. That's the same thing. It's not 2 different things. It's the same thing. Then they've got Fate of the Val and Zeri Pinnacle Boss. Again, those are the same things. Again, you're splitting them up, but they're the same thing.
I
9 new
100%
crafting
agree with
mechanics.
that.
It's just parts of the temple. It's not new crafting mechanics.
Right. No, you were 100% right on that.
It seems a very light content update patch, and makes me wonder what the fuck they're doing.
I saw someone earlier talking about excuse me. About D4, and then GGG puts out a patch and it's like 10% bigger or 20% bigger than the patch notes of D4 for their new leagues and whatever. And then I got to thinking about it, and I was like, I think that's just how they word it. I don't think it's actually more or less.
Well, I will say that Diablo 4 is a horrible thing to compare anything to, because that is a piece of shit. But
hey, nobody hates
this
D4
is
as much as I
not-
hate D4.
This is not a good patch, in my opinion. I don't see anything exciting in here. I don't see anything that is making me want to log in. I am very disappointed pretty much across the board. This is not a good patch. Like the last PoE 1 patch, I wasn't super excited about, and I'm still was more excited about that than this. Whereas point 3 actually made
Queen
me
of the
excited. I wanted to log in. I wanted to see what was changed. I wanted to see what was added. I wanted to see what was done. And now it's like, okay, you've just shit on every single person and what they do. I don't get it. I don't get
Point 3 has definitely been my favorite of all the PoE 2 patches, and it was primarily, because of what they did with crafting.
Yep.
The fact
it was a good patch.
they've now messed with that crafting. And now you're going to be split between doing abyssal stuff and doing Val things. Like, if you're going to craft, you have to do abyssal things. You have to get the desecrations, right? But now you're also going to be forced to do the Val things so you can double corrupt and things of that nature.
Twisted versions
Plus,
of ancient
it's
Val
a
may
more
emerge,
methodical thing.
and some
Like, you have to run the map, you have to get to the point, you got to add the room, you got to build what you got to do, then you got to keep running the map, and you got to keep, and it's like, instead of just being flowing and allow me just to go and do something, it's this constant stopping to like think about this and stopping to plan for that, and it's just stop stopping me.
Exactly. Yeah, there's no flow, and I don't know. There's a lot of dedication that you have to do for this now. And then the fact that they were talking in the live stream that they don't care about retention. Like right now, a PoE 2 league is 1 month. Anything past that, it's dead. Where I noticed playing PoE 1 that there was still quite a few people playing 2 months in. It still felt pretty dead, but there were still a lot more people that seemed to be playing.
But exactly, you could log in right now, and you could still see, you could still buy and sell some stuff, you can still do some stuff. There's still people playing right now. This is very late now for a league, because what, we're 3 months in? Right. 2 months in? Yeah, we're about 3 months in, because the new maybe it's over 2 months. I forget, one of those. But like once you get to like the 3rd month and the 4th month, it starts slowing down a lot because you're getting ready for the next league. But like 2 months of solid play is not bad for a league. And it used to be more, but we used to also have them faster. So now that we've got 4-month leagues, it's a little meh.
What have you got for me?
Yep, I just logged in, earnings. Oh, I got 1 div and 35 chaos orbs.
I haven't
Cool.
logged in a very long time. I don't think
I just
had
wanted
any
to see what
for
we were
sale,
up
so
to.
logging in would be pointless.
Yeah, I mean, we're up to 237 chaos and 8 div, but I haven't done anything after I like did all my stuff and crafted my boots, and then I spent like 30 div crafting a pair of gloves and some other things. Huh? Or no, what was I crafting? Chess piece maybe? I was crafting something. We're like,
I'm really, really worried about whatchamacallit, with Druid being so combo based. I have a feeling it's going to just be exactly like Amazon when it got released, and I don't want to play that.
yep. I spent a bunch of div trying to craft some stuff the other day on 2 just to kind of play around and get more used to things. And I made a really nice helmet. It's got 556 energy shield. And then it's like energy shield out, you know, and then it's got 2 tier 2 reses, I think. Oh, tier 3 and a tier 2 res. So it wasn't like the worst thing ever. Let's see here. What is it? Control D. Yeah. I did it 4 days ago. Just kind of playing around, seeing things up.
You know what really kills me about Path of Exile 2? The thing that ruins the game for me.
Go for it.
In PoE 1, and I've said this before, I start a league. I start playing a character. I get to endgame. I have a method of gaining currency from the second I jump into maps. I know what I'm going to do. I'm either going to farm essences or I'm going to farm delve, depending on what my build can do. I'm going to do something that's going to get me currency.
Right.
What do I do in Path of Exile 2 to gain currency?
I mean, really,
I still haven't figured out that question. It's
the
sell
only
gear
thing,
or nothing, as far as I can tell.
That's what I was getting ready to say. The only way that I really know how to make money in 2 is to craft.
That's depressing to me. Like, there's no real way to like farm for anything other than try and make a piece of gear and hope that you can sell it. And I don't think that's good.
Right.
That's not a good economy to me.
All right. Why is it showing me?
This
Okay.
game in what? 4 months?
What do we have? Breach and precursor. What was that? I'm so sorry.
I was just that I hadn't logged into 2 in a long time.
Oh. There's no reason to run delirium because I'm already deliriumed.
Sweet. I come into 4 div. Now it's all useless and I'm going to lose it all in a minute, but...
Yeah. Yep. I also wish that when I clicked on something, if I exit out, it would take me back to where I was. I spend more time looking for maps that I already looked at, like where I wanted to go, to not be there. And apparently, with a Nutch rarity, you don't get Exalted Orbs, but you get more Divines if you run Tier 7 maps.
Interesting.
Yep.
Storming arrow.
I'll be right back.
Oh man, we're down to 22 FPS. Holy smokes. Forgot I did that. Dang it. Input. Yep. We just want to blast a little bit before it all comes to an end. One of Abyssal Echoes. We like that. I think Abyss is still going to be the best thing to run in the new... Because with running Abyss, you still get currency. Like getting copper is still better than opening probably pretty much anything else. It's not the best, but it's at least a way to get currency without having to spend all your time crafting. Come here, Roa. Oh, okay. I do only have one. Cool. All right, we have 2 more rituals to do, and then we'll go do something else. Are you back, Jester? Oops. The part where I didn't move and I let my MOBA kill me. What's going on, Cog? All right, brother. I hope you have a good night. I just wanted to be powerful one last time before the new league comes out. I don't know.
Thunderous shot.
Yeah, I just, as far as it goes with the patch notes that we just saw, like, we're losing a lot of damage on a lot of different builds. Currently playing. It's not saying that there won't be other builds or other things worth playing as we go along, but they've definitely taken a lot of power out of the game. For every build. Everything got nerfed. Like, yeah, we've seen something say they got buffed or whatever, but they really didn't get buffed because everything associated with them got nerfed. Like, overall. Whoops, not what I wanted. Yeah, and the mobs are getting stronger, which, I mean, someone was saying it earlier, and I believe them. We were talking about the amount of damage that they do. Like, we're probably overkilling white mobs. By probably a pretty large margin. But, are we really overkilling them by that much? Like, are we doing over 40%? Because, like, white mobs are the strongest thing in this game. I'd say some of them are probably stronger than bosses.
I don't have enough mana.
Yes. This is all we have.
See, like, the things that I picked up were like tier 5. These are awful. Let's see what we get with an Exalted Orb. Yeah.
Gold is useless to me. Take it.
Nope. Maybe? That's a no.
Useless to me. Take it.
Really, this is a no, too. Garbo. Garbo. You can actually... Where's it at? Oop. I wonder if they're getting rid of Omen of Homogenizing Coronation too. Probably. I'd assume they would. What do you mean it doesn't have enough space? Oh my god. I'm just messing around. I'm just looking to see what they do. Oh, that's pretty junk.
Yes?
So, just get sold.
Thanks for the chat.
December 12th is the new league. All right, Cog, you have a good night. We'll catch you a little later. Yeah. December 12th is the new league at... I don't know. I will show you, actually. Boop. Is it this one? No. Maybe. Oh, this is all keeper stuff. Hang on. Right here. 6 days, 12 hours. So it's going to be 2 Eastern. On the 12th. 2 o'clock Eastern on the 12th. Did you see anything in the patch notes that you liked, that you want, or that looks enjoyable?
Enough to fully activate it.
Here we go.
It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Val may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating
Unfortunate,
one of the
my man.
devices, you finally discover its true purpose.
What class are you thinking about going?
Takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Val. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance.
I mean, with all the other nerfs and everything that's gone through, I guess I'm just going to get pushed into playing Druid. And I might try Oracle out, because Oracle looks like a lot of fun.
As a console of some kind.
I'm not sure about the other ones.
Map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side. But how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice. and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself.
Probably Druid. Yeah.
Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command. With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous. You don't need to memorize.
Man, that poor Druid almost got taken out by a golem.
When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple. After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger. So, that's the basic functionality of the temple.
Man, okay.
A lot more.
Hold on. If we're making the temple larger and larger and larger, the time commitment here gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Like, instead of a map taking us like 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, some of these temples here might take us 20 or 30 minutes to complete.
So, that's the basic functionality of the temple. But there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Laraval, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific.
It's kind of rough.
Right before Itzeri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Val. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Itzeri to prevent the Val from ever being destroyed. Itzeri is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms, but while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Val technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item. But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment. This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Val are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
Oh, a 50% chance the item will be destroyed? Oh. That is so brutal. Why is everything in PoE 2 a punishment?
Capability to craft some very powerful items indeed, but be warned. And in many cases, new crafting opportunities. For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Val construct to fight, but if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalitzi's Thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sita Qualottle's Thesis, which on
baby
gloves
boy.
will revive one of your minions whenever an
Okay.
offering expires. Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3,
Yeah.
and you will need to face a highborn priest
Saying
of
you need something?
sacrifice.
All right.
Defeat him
We'll go in
to
a
be
minute.
able to
Wait,
further
wait, wait,
craft
wait,
the
wait.
Val
Hey,
unit,
wait.
modifying it in unpredictable ways.
Give me a second. Okay.
One
Let me
of the
finish
mods of
this.
unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod. For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside. Now, one extra thing to mention about these Val crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or trade it if you want. Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Val Flesh Surgeon can be
I mean, that
leveled
might
up
be a way to make money. Being able to take these out of the temple and make currency out of them. That might be a way to actually gear characters if you don't need to use this like right off the
placing
bat.
him next to a high-level synth flesh lab.
But not using it yourself kind of seems like a waste because of the amount of work that you've got to put into it in order to get these things.
But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab.
It also looks like that we're going to be able to brick ourselves from being able to get to Aziri.
Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Val are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Val Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time. Some rooms, like the Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Quipolatl's medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight. Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other and currency. special runes.
Alright, let's see here. One socketed cannot be retrieved. Cannot be replaced by other audience. Limited to 1. So that's where they're going to put our limit at right there. Alrighty.
And currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the socketables back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it. Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the endgame. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Veil works well for late game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Veil, you will get to face Adzeri while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Veil herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Adzeri communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form. Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Adzeri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other. So, that's the Fate of the Veil.
I don't know if that's enough to actually use that weapon. It doesn't have any percent damage or anything of that nature on it.
Now, for those
And it's a staff too.
What happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame. If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run.
Yeah, I think Abyss is still going to be the best way to make loot, make money. I can't see it not being better than what it is now.
It also needs its own Atlas tree. You can gain your first points by completing an abyss.
And we can still run for hearts by doing the Rogue Exiles.
And killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal. Or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths. You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well. This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content, but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't.
I really hope the power that they bring back on tablets is worthwhile. Like, yeah, the fog really sucked as far as being visually whatever, but the amount of power that it gave, or I guess we would say rarity and stuff, which they still didn't touch, by the way. You still have to have 150 rarity in order to do anything now. And now it won't be as easy to put rarity on your items.
Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash,
Although I didn't see if they removed the Omen of Corruption or Chaotic Rarity or Monsters, so maybe we'll still be able to get that.
even this
I guess we'll
isn't
see.
enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling. So we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Val does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes. Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly, so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey. Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount.
Which is something I don't quite understand. Like, I've been in the ARPG community for like the last 20 years or so. And I've never heard anyone ever say, I want less monsters. Like, that to me is absolutely crazy.
So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life, in addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level. This only applies to regular monsters, not bosses. We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we'll need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance. And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores.
Right on.
You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference, especially on consoles.
Alright, I think we've watched this
This
part.
area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months.
Alrighty, guys. I'm still not sure what my take is on this. It's kind of looking grim. Especially as like a Deadeye player and whatnot. I mean, I'm not just a Deadeye player. I still played Sork and other things. This just looks a little rough. As far as like our patch notes and stuff go, a lot of things got nerfed in multiple ways. It's not just nerfed here by the class, but also things that might even touch the class have gotten nerfed as well. I'm still excited to play. I like PoE too, but they've taken so much power out of everything. It's really hard for me to get super excited about this. Runes are now limited to 1. Certain ways that we were getting plus skills is now reduced. On top of that, crafting is now going to be back to gambling with them removing homogenization. So I don't know. I guess we'll just have to see. But I think we're going to call it here. It's getting super cold. My dogs need to go out. They're giving me hell. And I wish you guys the best. We'll be back. I don't know. We should be back tomorrow night. We'll probably play some Magic or something. Maybe we even play some Path of Exile 1 or Trackmania. I'm not 100% sure what we're going to do. But it comes out on the 12th at 2 p.m. Eastern, I think. And I hope to see you guys there. We'll catch you later.